There we go. You know, we are now live. Screw it. We just went ahead and did it.
Mhm.
God damn. Imagine that. Let me see. We already got some comments. What's going on here? Private chat. Another beautiful evening for a 98% podcast. We'll have to excuse us because we just went live, but we're just trying to get everything set up because we're still getting used to StreamYard instead of using YouTube. I mean, Zoom. So we're not using Zoom anymore. We're using this. Oh, I don't know if this is the right one. Boom. There's our live. What do we got here? We got Schmo saying, "Look, scumbags, if you're going to post a time, be there on time for fuck's sake." Scumbags.
What are we talking about tonight? I don't know. Wait, Wolf, what do you want to talk about?
Never be grouped with Grondin. Schmo. The people putting comments on the side. Let's see. We got David Martin here. We got him roped in. We got the Schmo. We got White Wolf, up Ryan and David. What are we talking about tonight? Dave wanted to talk about his cholesterol levels. So, Dave, take it away.
No, actually, it's not a cholesterol level. At the moment, I'm having asthma difficulties. My cholesterol is beautiful.
Dave, what's wrong with your asthma, buddy?
No, just luckily I'm in a non-aerobic sport.
Flaring up?
Yeah, I'm basically sucking the albuterol again.
It's 9:06
Change to an even more expensive prescription.
We're a little late tonight, guys, because for some reason everybody wants to talk to me right before the podcast. So I had a couple phone calls I had to take and a couple I had to make. My daughter scares me. She's very violent. Strong. She's very strong and violent. So we're both afraid of her. But yeah, what's going on with you guys? Anything new? I can't even keep up with all the tournaments there are this summer. There are so many tournaments this summer; it's ridiculous.
But yes, Schmo, I do have very good, muscular endurance. I'm not sure if it's cardio endurance, but
ooh, Dan the Nightmare in the house. Oh my goodness.
Mm-hmm.
Nightmare. Dan Schwartz, are you excited about tomorrow? Let's see, what could I do to help it? He's having technical difficulties. Dynamic. Hashtag dynamic. David Mara. That is correct, sir. Danielson. White Wolf. Hashtag nightmare. Oh, Troy Bouncefit. What's up, 98%ers? What's up, Troy? Troy's out there bouncing to get fit. Who's hopping on tonight? Anybody?
Apparently, we lost Mr. Technical Difficulties on Long Island. I guess he'll be back.
If anybody wants to come on tonight, feel free. We have an open forum. You could come on here and tell us about your life. Tonight, we're going to take a step back. We're all going to relax. You're in a safe place. You're all in a very safe place where we can talk about anything. So hopefully some of you will come on and tell us all about your problems. Me and Dave listen to people's problems all day long in the arm wrestling world. So feel free to share. If anybody would like to share, rest assured that this is the place to do it. You can feel safe and secure under the watchful eye of me and Dave. It's beautiful.
Yeah, just because my K-12 degree lets me teach psychology, I didn't know I'd actually be using it to counsel people.
Benji Mac in the house, going to the gym, lads. Have fun at the gym, buddy. Boom. Put that up on the screen. David Marr saying he'll jump on in a bit. Troy Bouncefit was in the house. Maybe he'll come on tonight. Let's see. Get the whole crew in here.
Benji Max going to the gym. Well, I hope it does you some good.
Yeah. Work out some frustration.
Mm-hmm.
Bam.
No, White Wolf says such soothing bartenders. No, I had a bartending job for a while and I absolutely sucked at it. Truly sucked at it.
I had a bartending job when I got fired for roofing all of the customers.
Mm.
So I had a bar full of like 15 people just sleeping.
But you were not gender specific. You were roofing everybody.
Yeah, I roofied everybody, and then hit them with the tea bag.
Mm-hmm.
You know, full facial, nut sack. Took pictures, and I got caught. I got caught and arrested because they found the pictures on my phone.
And they recognized your tea bag.
They told me that's the smallest tea bag we've ever seen, and that's it. Booked me. It was awful. But anyway, let's talk about what we got coming up, Dave. I'm sure somewhere you can muster up a list and throw out a couple key tournaments coming up.
Well, I could look at the list, or I could just pull this up from memory. But let's see. What's today? Today's the 19th. Of course, tomorrow is the Jason Vale second annual Jason Vale Memorial out on Long Island, all strap tournament, because Jason Vale, the late Jason Vale, was a strap master, and so that's tomorrow. And then the week after that is Memorial Day weekend. And
we got a good practice tomorrow in New Jersey, Dave.
Oh, that's right. Well, then you talk about that. You're going to that one. I'm going to
that one. And also, Tracy Walker is after the practice is having some baskets that you can bid on and throw a ticket in and maybe win raffle. Chris Lacco is going to be there talking about his life experience with addiction and stuff. I love that guy, sweetheart. When he got those hearing aids and he could hear for the first time and he was hearing things like those videos, they just tug at your heartstrings.
Yeah, I referred to it as childlike wonder. And what you're speaking of is cochlear implants, not hearing aids.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Thanks for correcting me, Dave.
Yeah, well, it's my specialty. One of my functions in this organization to keep you on the straight and narrow.
This fucking guy. Dan Schwartz, Where are you going tomorrow, bud?
What's up, guys? Hey, tomorrow I have a pretty fun event. I'm going to be going to a place called NutriWolf. It's a supplement store over in Farmingdale, Long Island. I actually was sponsored by them last year to go to Olympia. They helped contribute my way and pay my way down. But beyond that, they actually have been really pivotal in all the supplements that I needed throughout my weight loss journey. And they've been really helpful, very educational, and supportive of my everything that I've been doing with weight loss and arm wrestling what supplement's good for what type of deal. And they have a 10-year celebration anniversary tomorrow, and they invited me to bring my table and pretty much take on their entire audience. And anybody who shows up is going to be trying to pin me for a chance to win $50 gift certificate.
That's actually pretty cool, dude.
So I'm excited for it.
Dave Shubich is going to show up to beat you and win money.
I'm wondering who's going to come show up and sandbag me and try to catch me off guard.
It won't be me.
He's going to be too busy at home grooming his fucking beard.
You see, I thought he was going to dress up.
Yeah,
like
the beard. That's all I grew him.
I cheated. I cheated tonight on Longhorns.
With who?
Outback.
Oh no!
Outback.
Oh no!
What'd you get?
I mean, the same thing without a Parmesan crust, basically.
Are you gonna eat it live on air?
No, this was a couple hours ago. I wanted to do the Longhorn, but everybody else chose somewhere else. I get outvoted, so
Yeah, they don't know any better.
But tonight we're
But
gonna.
then that sounds really fun.
Sound of Dave Shell reading stories to children.
That's what I said.
So Dave and I are both going to be grooming. Me with the beard, Dave with us.
No, bad Dave.
We are
Dave's
planning-
weird.
We are planning another tournament August 12th at the VFW, which there is a lot of controversy behind because,
Why?
Nitro has a tournament the weekend after. So he's not happy with us. But in our...
But you're not happy with him first.
Right.
So you got him.
So we win. In our defense, there aren't that many dates this summer that are even available. And that's an area that doesn't get a lot of tournaments. So we had to just pick a date and make a decision. The only other date was near the dad sit-down thing, which we are part of. So what are we going to throw a tournament 2 weeks in a row? We'll look like idiots, We're going to look like Steve Rosenblum or something. So we decided to spread it out a bit, but someone's always bound to get upset. So Nitro spent the night sending me death threats for some reason, literally saying that he was gonna sneak down here and slit my throat. But I'm alive.
Nice.
Yeah, still alive.
You're
So
like
that's good.
You got 9 lives, don't you, man? Like a cat.
Shivich, are you eating pudding?
Yeah, he's
I
doing his Bill Cosby impression.
Look at that. White Wolf. Is that pudding?
It is pudding, yeah.
So any tips for me you can recommend for tomorrow?
Oh, you're asking me?
Yeah,
Why are you only asking Shubich and not me and Dave?
because he's what most decorated screenwriter.
Oh, wow, that's high praise.
I don't know. I mean, the last 100 times I've seen him, he's lost. Just saying.
Look, if you only seen him 100 times. He's arm wrestled 200 times. The last 1,000 times we've watched you arm wrestle, you've lost.
He's winning at life. He's winning at short shorts.
Is that my internet, or
Yeah,
did everybody just glitch out?
I thought it was
Green,
you.
Okay.
It seemed like it was just you, but I don't know.
It might be me. I might have to move somewhere else in the house. But no, Dan, I don't think I have any tips besides abuse that one strap setup if you don't want your pronator getting gassed, so you could have a nice long day of arm wrestling.
True.
Don't let out too much rope, and you'll have all you need.
Captain Obvious in the house.
Yeah.
point.
Yeah.
I look forward to it because it's going to be a good exposure for the sport locally. I'm going to be live streaming it on my YouTube. And so please share it, like it. I don't know how long I'm actually going to be doing the event. They say it's 12 to 4, but I don't really forget myself arm wrestling for 4 hours straight, per se. But we'll see. I'll be prepared for it, but it's a good stamina test before Puerto Rico. Definitely.
Yeah. Bring snacks.
That's for sure.
Well, the good news is it's that they offer. They do
Meta in the
like ready to make stuff, so they're gonna be feeding me all day long.
Well, if things get slow at the Jason Vale, we'll send somebody over to beat you. Paul Cruz
finish, I'll be stopping by Jason Vale up early.
Yeah, Paul Cruz needs the money. He's been looking for some sponsors to go to Virginia.
Why doesn't he just drive down there like everybody else?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Well,
and then I'm bringing Miguel over with me.
To take a trip that far away. Think about it. You guys bitch and moan about tolls and all that it takes to get to us. We spend the same exact amount going to you guys. I gotta say, just to get the tournament, these are close to $100 without arm wrestling, putting the elbow down. So I don't blame you.
Stupid. Why don't you just interrupt the entire podcast with your noise?
Right?
How are you picking that up?
Fucking loud as shit.
No, it's not.
I
disagree.
It's a nightmare right now. Sorry, guys.
Maybe my ears just work better than the average. Maybe I'm a superhero.
Whoa.
That wasn't even you, dude. That was like one of your family members opening it up in another room.
Before we bounce,
No,
fit is being
was
played tonight. Oh, Captain, my Captain. I had to look it up. I couldn't remember who it was. Walt Whitman. I couldn't remember it was Walt Whitman. Oh, well. Obvious also says that Dan's internet is a nightmare. You think out there in Suffolk County, on the island, they'd have better service.
Thank goodness.
It's perfect now, and you have a better quality of picture as well.
Nightmare, your stream sucks, and who's opening a chips bag?
It wasn't chips, it was
actually Meta had an even better comment than that if you want to whatever.
Which one? This
one? Dave.
Yeah.
That was already up, Dave. You missed the boat.
I was looking up Walt Whitman.
The night's young, Meta. The night's very young.
There's all hell in here. I have space heaters and I wear like a winter jacket if I'm ever in the garage, but I try to go inside. Wife lets me inside that.
You know what helps? If you get your heart rate up with some Gold Bond powder.
Fresh that, man. I think Dave took a whole stock of the United States.
That could be.
The reason why he has green is because he actually has them pallet cased all behind him.
Here's a shout out to our boys from Arm Gods. Yeah?
Arm Gods, what's up, Arm Gods?
What's up, Arm Gods? Hello.
Oh, so question for you, Ryan. Are you going to Canada in September?
I mean, if I could leave the country, that'd be great.
Oh, you can't leave the country?
I mean, it's unlikely.
Fair enough. I'll go.
I could probably leave it, but not come back.
Send my ass there for the 98.
What's that?
Send my ass up there for the 98. I'll represent.
Send your ass up there for what's going. Oh, you talking about the tournament up there?
Yeah, the Arm Gods tournament.
Yeah. The Arm God one. They might just have you come up.
Yeah.
You know?
Marcus might just sponsor you.
Just be like, come up.
Yeah, epic.
That'd be pretty epic. Amber Alert.
I mean, I have the privilege of actually saying I am their first sponsored athlete. They helped me go to Olympia.
Yeah.
The Arm Gods.
Yep, the one and only.
Nice.
Hey, Shell,
Very nice.
did you schedule what day this week we're coming on? Next week? With your professor, buddy?
Yeah, no, it's not next week. It's the 30th.
That's what I meant. That's
Tuesday
exactly what I meant, Dave.
Pretty said. Come on now.
That's what I said.
We all heard it, Dave.
It's a Tuesday after the day after day after Memorial Day.
Yeah. So Dave's buddy's coming on, and so is Paul Lynn.
Nice.
Great.
So
I have a fraternity brother who has a PhD in exercise science, who is a professor of exercise science at the University of North Alabama and is the editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Exercise Science. So we did asked if anybody had any questions that they would like to ask such a person.
Ooh.
And so far we got one semi-intelligent but not arm wrestling related about something about flexibility for the lower back, and one rather stupid question, which off the top of my head, I don't remember.
I didn't know you had a twin.
Hmm?
I didn't know you had a twin.
Yeah, I don't remember what it was.
Beer Man is pulling Tank Abbott at the September Arm Gods. That's pretty cool. Didn't even know Tank was still alive.
I didn't know Beerman pulled.
Wait, Beer Palmer?
He pulls his groin. They request shell and expect scrapple.
Hmm.
I mean, that's good news.
So next week when I'm in Puerto Rico, I'll be with Devin and Manolo. So we'll be having them live on the 98%. I can get them on there.
Try to get him on.
I would love to get Devin on there. Oh man, that'd be awesome.
Tell Devin next time I see him, I'm choking him. Meta said Beer Man only pulls hernias. That's kind of what I meant by pulled his groin.
Yeah.
I mean, that is pretty accurate.
Is accurate?
Yeah.
How do you get the background on yours now?
I think they're using computer.
Shell figured it out. Dave, you have to go down to. Well, are you on a computer or a phone?
I'm on a phone.
That might see it. I never use a phone, so I have no idea how to tell you how to do it from a phone.
Well, if you have settings, though, there's the thing that looks like a gear that says settings, and then you go to virtual background.
Yeah.
And you basically can import a virtual background. So you basically have to have a virtual background on your phone somewhere stored to drag it in.
Yeah, it's not an option on my phone. I'm thinking.
Not a problem. I had to find my virtual backgrounds. They were buried in a file under 98. But I think his implication was, if an old fuck like Shell can figure it out, so you should be able to too. That's what I read into it.
Josh Berger, I tried doing that, but it said I have to go back into Safari. It won't open.
Josh Berger. Open it up in desktop mode, not mobile mode.
Yeah, that was the thing.
Yeah, it has an option to do one or the other. Josh Berger in the house.
Thank you, Josh.
Troy Bouncefit.
Virtual background, Schmo, is just something that we do so that, if you're sitting somewhere that's really crappy, like me, and I put none, then basically you see, me sitting in my really crappy chair rather than something, a little bit more.
Dave, that's not that chair's nickname.
Yeah.
That's the masturbation chair.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. So I did a little bit of a carb load today over at the All You Can Eat buffet. Had as much sushi as heart could desire. Ate probably about 60 worth of it.
What did you just say?
Tomorrow.
Are you ready for this?
Nobody's ready for that.
I know.
Nobody is.
You got that right.
Robert Kelly is in the chat.
No. The
Yeah.
Robert Kelly, dude?
The Robert Kelly. The R. Kelly.
Oh my goodness. Robert Kelly.
Check your closets
The soulless.
in the chat.
Hey, Robert Kelly, how's your gout doing? He has gout. He's got the gout lately. He's had a rough time.
Issue, man, poor guy. Like he needs to live in a bubble or something.
R. Kelly, can you come on here and tell us about your gout?
Oh, it's gone.
Oh, it's gone? That's good, dude. You just got to have someone urinate on your feet, right? Or is that jellyfish stings? I forget.
They call him A, call him B.
Yeah.
Hold on it.
Road goal. Yeah, that might work. You never know, dude. That's like a
It's
healer
like the
of all
that's
things.
the American version of Windex, right? You know, you spray Windex on it for everything with those Greeks.
Yes, yes. Will you protect me from nitro?
I don't know, man. The 6 pounds of pressure might be too much for me to handle.
You threatened to slit my throat again.
And what'd you do, man? What'd you do to deserve that?
Nothing really. Stephanie Spencer in the house saying, "Hi guys. Hey you guys." There she is. Stephanie Spencer, the power lifter. Just kidding.
Not the arm wrestler.
The arm wrestler.
Ryan, you seem kind of down tonight. Is everything okay? Is that the whole Outback situation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm angry. I mean, I was being threatened till 2 a.m. in the morning. So I mean,
So you stayed the whole night laughing?
non-stop. I didn't get a whole lot of sleep. So,
Pretty rough, man. Pretty rough.
Stephanie Spencer said, "Did we miss you? Like a bushel of carrots."
Did you see R. Kelly's chat just then?
Did you see?
He just called Lethal Arms shitholes.
Oh,
That's
who
kind of
said
messed
this?
up.
Who said this?
R. Kelly.
No, R. Kelly didn't say that.
Yeah, he did. Just now.
No, he didn't.
He said shithole Lethal Arms.
He actually did. R. Kelly.
I think he's in hot water with James Reed already.
Sure, yes. Lethal Arms sucked. Come on, Robert Kelly.
That sucks.
Leave those guys alone. Stop.
He's got to leave the Northeast alone.
Oh god. Look at you starting shit. First, you know what though, Dave? First, I got blamed for your mishap with Ron's neck thing, then the whole neck debacle. You're the epicenter. You're ground zero for this shit, man.
A lot of times I like to stir the shit. Swim in a lake of piss.
Big Wolf.
Dude, Ron hasn't been a regular for a good long while.
Mr. Wolf.
That was like for a season of the show.
I mean, that's a hell of a comment.
Yipped up on us.
Brian,
Oh,
when will we get to see you? Well, only in I've been invited to this top secret invitational only. I don't know a whole lot of details because I'm lying. But when they live stream it.
You lie? Ryan, no.
Not me.
Did you get
Never tell us
Nitro's invitational to his basement?
Yeah.
There you go.
Arm wrestling is already ruined in the Northeast. Yeah, it is. Had some interesting phone calls lately, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Tell me more. Tell me more.
Anything involving us?
Not really.
Anything to do with what's next for the 98?
We had Paul in on a 3-way trying to mediate
Oh yeah.
Nice.
James Reed and I. It was very interesting, but we won't talk about that tonight.
Okay.
Maybe an hour 7.
Maybe an hour 7.
Skip ahead.
Nobody's
Skip ahead 7 hours.
7 hours. Hit that mark, and we'll talk about it then.
Sounds like fun.
But we're just not going to talk.
You guys are taking the high road.
There's nothing to talk about. I mean, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
Listen, all I could say about whatever it is,
Exactly.
we're all getting better. There are events happening.
Yep.
Right?
There's a lot of events happening.
A lot of events happening.
It made more events happen.
Whether we want it to happen a specific way or not, it's happening. So let's just
Don't resist.
sit there and make it happen a little bit better, or we can be more strifeful about it, and everybody just wants to do their own thing. There's 2 ways to go about it. Can't have both ways.
I'll say this. Paul will be on our podcast for Dave Shell's buddy coming on, so that's a good sign.
That is a good sign.
Well, I sent the link to Robert Kelly if he wishes to join us.
Dave, he has no soul.
So Ryan, is Paul just like the hot girlfriend you guys are fighting over?
Oh,
I mean, he's not my type because I like people that can beat me in arm wrestling.
well, if there's any, there are any female type pullers watching us tonight that want to come to a practice which has more than 1 or 2 female type pullers at it, they might want to show up at Predator at on Sunday morning, 10 o'clock, 1715 North 20th Street, Allentown, Pennsylvania, because we will have numerous female type pullers, including several national world champions. Specifically, I understand we're going to have Michelle Dugan, Nadia Wilczynski, Sue Fisher, Sabrina Marashevsky, Kaylin Bryan Stout, and maybe others.
And if you guys are still awake, it's going to be a lot of fun. Robert Kelly, how you doing, bud?
Oh, am I in the room now? What's up, guys?
You've been here.
Oh,
How you feeling, man?
good. Yeah, I'm finally back to normal. That was a rough patch there.
Yeah, dude, I was kind of worried about you. You looked like you were going through it there for a minute.
Yeah, it was rough, but we're good now. Back up and going.
So what's the beef between you and Artem?
Good to hear.
The
Hey,
beef
did you guys-
between me and Artem.
Yeah.
Yeah. What'd you do to
What's up
him?
with that?
Fuck Artem.
Are you from the Ukraine? Is that why?
Damn right.
Is he bombing your home country? Did you guys see Travis bring up Zach Lee again and talk shit?
No, I missed that part.
That was not good, dude. He was on Artem's podcast and he was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna run into Zach Lee down there. Fucking, he's coming out. Fucking, fuck that little motherfucker." Blah, 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 and like talking shit all over again. Like,
Yeah.
dude, what are you looking to get 2 cleft lips?
So where are you going to or from at the moment there, Robert?
I had to drop off a package at UPS, and then I'm heading home. I got to head out at 5 a.m. down to Dallas.
What was in the package, Robert?
Camera equipment.
Bullshit.
Are you returning?
I remember what you mailed to my house.
No, I'm driving this time. I don't need to do that. No, this is for I got an event next week, Ohio, the Artem versus Todzilla.
Yeah.
So shooting some shit up there, so I don't have to bring it.
Oh yeah.
So are you going to show up
And
at
then June
Travis?
3rd.
You going to show up at Travis's extravaganza in Virginia?
Yeah, I'll be there the 2nd, that Friday about 11 a.m.
Would you do a super match against Robin Chandler?
No, I'm not. I'm going to be working my ass off. He got me the local news station, so I have 2 camera guys and 2 cameras that I get to use.
Ooh, that's
Cool.
sick.
Excited for that.
Well, I guess we have to at least briefly grip up those so you can see whether you want to put any money on our match when I come to Oklahoma in August.
Oh, if you're going to be there, I will wreck your balls and rip your arm off. That's fine. I won't have time for a match.
Whoa.
Okay.
Would you
In what order are you planning on doing that?
would you super match Robin Chandler at a future event?
I have no idea. I'd have to grip up. I have no idea the level. Remember, I suck. Unless it's left-handed, then sure.
Would you transition to pull Robin Chandler,
Yeah.
or would you do
Back
a weight
to a
cut?
guy? I don't know.
Would you meet him halfway?
He said back to a guy.
Would you cut half?
Um,
You just cut half your penis off to pull.
yeah. I believe Robin's much bigger than me. I
Yeah,
weighed
just do it at a catch
154
gender.
this morning.
Oh,
I think you have a good chance, to be honest.
I don't know.
Left-handed, I probably do.
I know the tat on the bicep says who's next.
I mean, she's a world fake champion.
Four-time world champion from the IFA in Orlando.
Yeah, and just experience might beat me. I'm kind of noob.
Dude,
I'll give it a go. I'll give it a shit.
one of my buddies, the school had to have a meeting because a kid in his son's class identifies as a cat, and they had to put a cat litter in the bathroom, and the school board voted it in. I'm like, are you kidding me?
That's dumb.
What the fuck?
Like, so do I go to prison if I run this cat over, or is that a technicality? Like, sorry, ma'am, I ran over your cat. That's my baby. No, it's a cat.
Nah, Judge. I identify as innocent. That's what you tell the judge. You identify as
Nice.
innocent. You're good.
Dude, can you imagine? Can you imagine though? You have to, like, this kid dresses like a cat and goes to the bathroom in a litter box.
That's insanity. That is,
And the school said it's okay, dude.
and
Yeah, it's
mental-
encouraging mental illness.
Jeez.
And this is in Delaware County in your area.
No, not my area.
Oh.
But can you imagine, dude, like a kid identifying as, say, a deer, and then one of his students is like, well, I identify as a hunter. And now we have a situation where we have a kid shooting another kid
That's
with
what
a
happened at Columbine. I get it now.
be like fucking Hunger Games in class. That's just awful, though. Like, throw those parents in jail and be like, stop painting this. This is the future.
Yeah,
of
that's 100% on the parents. Every little kid at some point said, "I'm a dinosaur," or "I'm a princess," or whatever.
Yeah, my daughter.
Oh, okay. You're pretending right now. Is that okay? Cool.
My
You
daughter.
are.
My daughter thinks she's a dog sometimes, and then I hit her with a newspaper. But I read my news on my iPad, so it hurts more.
As long as you rub her nose in, it's okay.
Right. But I mean, seriously, if my kid was like, "I'm seriously a cat," I would just be like, "No, you're not." It's
Like,
that
oh, I got a retarded kid. Cool.
easy. It's that
Damn.
easy.
Didn't know.
That poor kid has retarded parents.
Yeah.
I mean, that's awful.
Yep,
That's
it's
like
sad they allow that to happen.
that's some form of child abuse.
Yep.
You know?
So, have you guys talked at all about the round robin this weekend?
Yeah. Well, not tonight. Do you have anything you'd like to?
What are y'all?
Yeah, you
I
discussed it.
want to watch it. I'll be watching it while I'm doing the stream tomorrow. I think that's going to be amazing.
I had a lot of faith in Josh Berger, who dropped out.
Oh,
They're
he
gonna
dropped
take a
out?
spot.
Yeah.
Who stepped in? Do you know?
For him,
Yes.
Yeah.
Dave Shell.
No, he did so well. No, I identify as 176, not 154. But I don't know. He did say, but I don't remember who it was.
Sam
Dave, you're not 176.
Sam Taylor took his place.
Yeah.
Says
Sam
Bert.
Taylor was already in it, I thought.
I don't know. He is now. Josh said he had life happen, which means he didn't feel like fucking doing it because he probably has to work or something.
If you wanted to do it, you would do it.
Well, that was nice. Berger said he paid his spot and put him in it. I identify as Robert Kelly's gout foot.
Which one? They were both gout feet.
Just the left one. Which one was more
Get
painful?
both of them.
Which one was more painful? Kind of spread to like the penile area. Imagine.
Brian, stop fucking around. You identify as Dave's gold bond.
Damn right. You're damn right I do. Hold on. I think Nitro's outside my house.
Get him on the pod.
He has a knife. How about a super match with Robert Kelly and Nitro?
Dave, how would you do against Nitro in a match?
Left probably very well. Right probably not very well.
Okay. Oh, and how did that event go last weekend?
Oh, I got crushed.
Oh.
Have
Yeah,
you
just like one.
decided to maybe get better?
Although what we are doing is, I did say to the well, I expected to lose to the one lad. The other one, we were going to pull right in, and he has to do left, which my left basically sucks. So I said I'm going to come out there to a practice on the way to the strongest badge in July, and I want best of 5 with him right. So I think we'll do better there.
Okay.
World's strangest man in the house. Devin's
guys.
forearm in the house.
Hello, Devin's forearm.
What's
Hello,
up?
Strangest man.
Oh, Zach in the house. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Zach.
What's
Zach.
going on here?
We'll see.
A new player has entered the arena.
Yeah, and
Boom, boom, boom,
he's
boom,
up on top of the mountain with the internet service up there.
If it's that Zach, Travis is not going to like this episode. Say that much.
What's up, Ryan Boussier?
Yeah, I left Zach's place last week and
Right.
decided to avoid the turnpike tolls and came home by way of Maryland. I had to go up and over the damn mountain from Zach's place. Holy shit, some of those roads up there. I would have gotten stuck up there. You never would have seen me again. One of these, lane and a quarter roads, kind of graveling and, potholes all over the place.
Yeah.
Maybe his internet is blacked out.
See what you did there.
I can appreciate that.
And then I tried to round up people from the Kaiser group. I said, hey, anybody not doing anything? I was like 20 miles from Kaiser, but nobody picked up. So I said, oh, shit, I'll have to go some other time.
Here comes Zach. It's loading. Slowly loading. They really stick to that blackout theme, dude. Oh, here's another one. Now we got 2 Zach leads in it.
No.
We got the team. Is that Dave Zaccanini?
We got the bottom half and the upper half. There he is.
Oh,
Oh my
I was
God.
just gonna say it's probably the limestone walls.
Zach Lee snuck contraband into the prison and is going live from a cell.
Yeah.
Can you hear us, Zach? Oh, I love a man in uniform. And short shorts.
Well, you have to come to practice out there sometime. I'll pick you up. We'll go out to practice. A couple hours of that, and then he gets in his uniform and disappears.
That's not
Does
good.
anyone speak sign language?
Robert Kelly said, Schmo, we practice on Tuesdays. Should we change Zach's name to Travis?
Yes.
Oh, God. Not going over well.
Uh-oh. You might have to write things down on a piece of paper.
But yes, Devin's forums. Yeah, Zach is
Only yes or no questions.
Zach is a corrections officer at a Pennsylvania State Penitentiary. I believe in Greene County, unless I'm mistaken. That's where he was. Having formerly been in a county jail, he's now upgraded to a state pen.
Nice. On the up and up.
I cannot hear shit. I don't know what's going on.
We can hear you, buddy, now.
Yeah, we just heard you now.
Oh, he left. Oh, Burger's here. Hold it. We
Hey,
traded Zach for Josh.
subbing in.
Josh Burger is with us.
Leaves one spot to take another. There we go. The greatest.
And I want to remind everybody that this is a safe space. You can say whatever you want without judgment. This is a judgment-free zone.
Hey, where'd that little faggot go?
We.
That little faggot Zach Lee motherfucker. Where's that motherfucker at?
Oh my God!
Who's that faggot piece of shit?
Holy,
Fuck that guy.
this guy. Well, there goes this podcast.
There goes.
The Bears.
Oh, did you guys see Tyson Page at the Bears? Guys, buy his card that talks to you for $5,000. It'll be worth it in 10 years from now when he's starting for the Bears. Right now he's on the practice squad. He's going to be starting soon.
Yeah, right.
Tyson Page, and after that, buy mine.
He's gonna be a car dealership fucking salesman.
You can do it.
How far are we into this? Did we get past the little bit of time you need before they start, like, paying attention to cuss words and stuff?
No, we're still
27 minutes in.
Oh, shit. Oh, well. No one watches
Yeah.
this.
We got children
It's not
watching.
2 a.m.
Just kidding. Nobody watches this. Nobody watches this. You guys just ruin everything.
I think you guys have like 2 loyal viewers. That's about it.
Yeah.
If
It's
that.
me and Ryan.
Yeah, it's just 2 of us.
Well, 16 watching now.
We're just watching our own podcast.
Well, 16, and 5 of them are us. That still leaves 11.
Those are all of Ryan's fake accounts.
I've got all my screens on it.
Those are all of Ryan's fake accounts.
My accounts come in handy, though. Burger, will you come protect me from Nitro?
The Bears.
Oh, there's Nitro, man. Like, how? Protect you? Like, let you know he's coming? To keep him out completely? Where are you going to be seeing Nitro at?
Outside my fucking window. He's coming to slit my throat.
Oh, dude, I can't make it there in time. He's going to
How
get
many pounds of pressure does it take to turn your doorknob?
Slit a throat.
Probably only about 3, and he could exert 200.
Whoa. Only takes 6 to break an arm. He's
Oh.
a bad man.
Dingleberry. People are texting me.
You're a popular guy.
Yeah. The whole LGBT community is messaging me because of Josh Burger's out there.
Oh, man, Josh, why'd you got to ruin it for us?
I'm sorry.
You are why we can't have nice things.
Yep.
Go Bears.
We just come on here and behave. We only have 17, 18 people watching.
Weird thing is that you can say all that stuff. You mentioned one little cleft lip and you're the bad guy.
I'm just bummed out Zach had to get off.
You know what sucked? We were finally leaving Travis alone, and then he had to go on Artem's show and start talking shit about Zach Lee again.
I think we've even been pretty cool about Travis, if anything. We've been nothing but
Yeah.
positive, complimenting
You
his
have a-
commentary and all that.
Yeah.
He has to bring back something something up for no fucking reason.
That kind of sucks. I still think.
We haven't made fun of
But
him.
honestly, I look at it like this because it's like he has to bring up Zach because Zach's in the picture as far as one of the better guys at that weight class. So the only way he can bring him up and not look like a bitch is kind of make fun of him or say that, where's that faggot here, Zach? Where you gonna be at?
Hopefully,
Just because it's his way to get it across. You know what I mean? So I think it's kind of a compliment that he even brought him up in the first place. Because if he really hated Zach Lee, he wouldn't have said anything about him. He wouldn't be relevant.
he's embarrassed because the entire arm wrestling community knows that Zach Lee would kick the shit out of him in a real fight. Half the size.
And most of them in an arm wrestling match.
It was definitely very interesting at the Keystones last year. So I was literally 5 feet away from the whole thing. And I could just see Zach was like very prepared to ripping Travis or limb from limb. And it was a little gratifying. I almost wish I could grab popcorn, enjoy the show, but
You had to bring popcorn, dude. Now
you could probably just pop popcorn just standing there with the heat.
Oh, hell.
The way it is at Keystones.
I wonder what the weather's going to be like this year since we're going to be outdoors again. First year was hot as about the third circle of hell. Then the next year it was we had that 20-knot breeze from the northwest that started in Ontario before it hit us. I haven't had rain yet, but it could be interesting.
I was wondering what the ASMR was. It was grounded.
Tomorrow,
that's going to be the most watched part of the podcast.
Yep.
It's going to replay it over and over again. It's going to be David Marr masturbating.
We just can't win, dude. Me and Dave did do another follow-up seminar. Well, Dave's first seminar, and I did a follow-up one on the flash bracket system with Corey Miller. That went well. Thank you, Corey Miller.
Awesome.
We took some notes to be able to quickly do some of the more difficult things that we have to do, like adding someone to the brackets after you've already started the bracket, which is cool. Cool feature.
Schmo wants to know if we're even invited to Keystone since you're pissing everybody off. Hey, I'll tell you what, they'd probably take our money. I'm not planning on giving them any.
It's not an invitation.
I'm sure Paul would not turn anybody away. I'm not going anyway. Ha! But yeah.
Are you going to go to Aruga's?
It has nothing to do with Paul. Paul's a good dude. I love Paul. But not everybody.
Yeah. Aruga's. Ryan should put a shrine on that because that's the site of the only place he ever saw my areolas.
Nice. Dave, tell everyone. It's only one person that has seen your areolas in the arm wrestling community.
And I didn't even know what the word areola meant until you started going on about it.
How do you, Dave, a well-educated man as yourself, you didn't know what an areola is?
I'm in social sciences, not natural sciences.
I've always thought of
areolas.
Small. You have a dirtier mind than I do. We grant that.
You don't want the big, stretched-out, giant areolas, dude.
You have a dirtier mind than I do. We freely grant.
No, so break it down. What's the trade-off between big and small areolas? Why do you discriminate?
I think the large areolas are unattractive.
Of course, I didn't show it to him to attract him. You understand?
For those little Hershey Kiss nipples.
I don't like a girl that when she puts her bra on, her belly button gets cold. She just had to think about that for a second.
He just had to visualize it.
Not okay.
TJ Trout likes the big areolas. Pepperoni nips.
TJ Trout, get on the podcast. I told him I'm not going to speak to him ever again until he's on the podcast. So if you're wondering why I'm not responding to your messages, buddy, that's why.
I remember a girl that had like one normal nipple and the other one was like 3 inches long, like a noodle. I'm like, how does that even happen?
Like a macaroni?
Yeah, like a noodle, like a longer than normal nipple. Now, that's weird.
Does she have one of these?
It's like someone sucked on it.
Oh.
That's exactly what it looked like, dude. Except it looked like a worm coming out of her nipple, just hanging there.
Oh.
I was like, well, that's different.
Someone put the penis in the wrong place.
I cut it off and went fishing.
God makes no mistakes, man.
Like a Tootsie Roll. Noodle nip. I hate the old noodle nips, you know? Future Magic card, noodle nip.
Nip nub.
Oh, man.
AK-47 bullets.
But yeah, so I'll get to see Chris Lacko tomorrow. That'll be fun.
Tell him I said hi.
If he shows up.
He's gonna show up. You know.
Want me to arm wrestle him on your behalf?
Hell yeah.
Hey, if Robert Kelly's coming to that thing in Virginia, that's just one more reason for me to get there.
Dude, Ryan, if you pull Lacko, hang on every word that he says, because he might just give you a nickname.
Mm-hmm. Very true.
That is bullshit.
Thanks.
Oh man, I can't wait till Nightmare beats me in arm wrestling. He's just gonna scream Nightmare in my face. He's
What
like,
if Lacko just?
you're the Nightmare, motherfucker!
What if Lacko just did everybody Nightmare? And there's like 6 nightmares out there. It's like, man, you're a nightmare on that table. Give me my nickname. And then he just says that to everyone, and there's like 6 nightmares that Dan doesn't even know about. Oh, tax back.
No, there's another beast mode actually too. I think it's down in Tennessee area.
As Dave Shubin said, Zach is dedicated to being blacked out.
Yeah, there's a beast mode down there, and then there's a tournament, a wolf pack in Virginia, as well as the one up in Erie.
Yeah, you have to start trademarking these names.
Isn't
Young, controversial Zach Lee is in the house.
from Indiana? Isn't he also, he goes by the Nightmare?
See, dude, I'm gonna
There was
start
also a
98%
Team
arm
Predator.
wrestling.
There was also Team Predator on Dateline NBC.
Well, that's Dave Shell and Mike Ondrovic and Deacon. They used to watch Chris Hansen together, and then they were like Team Predator.
Chris Hansen.
Those guys started arm wrestling after Chris Hansen told him to have a seat over there.
After that first guy got tackled on the front lawn trying to escape Chris Hansen, that was it, dude. Team Predator was born.
Why don't you have a seat over there?
The one that used to really kill me was Dog the Bounty Hunter with that, that wife that they gave prey before every takedown, and got his wife was dressed like the harlot from
Dude,
the Old Testament.
I would rather be tackled by him than her, dude. She had wider shoulders than fucking. Holy Lord. Crazy, dude. Crazy.
We've been joined by Zach's Facebook profile photo.
Here's Zach.
There's Zach. Welcome back, Zach.
Zach Lee's in the house.
The stillest man in arm wrestling.
Is it working?
No, I don't think we can hear
What
you.
the fuck? Is it working?
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
You sound like Travis's cleft lip.
You there?
Yeah, he's there. He's like, cleft lips don't talk.
He's a crazy ventriloquist. That
Oh,
guy.
Jesus Christ. This fucking piece of shit.
We hear you, Zach. We heard that.
It might not be the best connection.
Of course.
Don't say anything uncouth.
Gotta love a man's
I'm trying to set up my mobile hotspot on this bitch.
Maybe you're in the cleft of the mountain. It's like a dead zone.
What way on your way back from work?
Cleft interference.
Help us all.
Well, you know what? We might as well commit to whatever. I'm too, dude. I got no sleep last night because I was being threatened all night. So now I don't care what we talk about. Let's just ruin everything.
No, let's not. We got so many good things happening.
Zach, can you arrest Nitro? He's about to murder Ryan. I mean, that's pretty fun.
No, but
So can you talk about that phone call now?
He's actually further from Ryan than I am.
oh yeah,
Who's the? I guess Dave is the closest one to Ryan right now.
Oh,
Dave,
yeah.
in that case, I'm dead.
Yeah, Dave's the closest one to him.
Yeah.
Would you have a gas card ready for his drive back home after he kills you?
I hope you guys will continue on with 98 when I'm killed. Who would have thought I would have died before Dave Shell?
Yeah.
Guess I'll have to add 98 to my will too.
Mm.
Poor Zach.
So are we playing Magic the Gathering or what's going on here?
Yeah.
Where is Martin?
You sank my battleship.
D4.
98.
Oh.
98.
Hey.
Oh. Yeah, that's depressing.
For those of you that don't know Zach Lee, we're raising money for him for the month of July, Cleft Lip Awareness Month, so that he
For his internet?
so he can compete at our Cleft Lip Awareness Tournament with guest referee
Ryan, come on.
Travis Bacon.
Horse is dead
If we pay him enough, he'll come.
right now. You have created a zombie horse with this thing. Come on.
Well, he brought it back up, buddy.
I know.
We
I
were
know.
over it. And he had to pick on Zach again on fucking his Artem's podcast. And you know what? We stick up for our boys.
See, that's the thing. I got this shit sent to me and had no fucking idea what was even going on.
Right, because I don't watch other podcasts except for like Jake Ward and Uncle John.
Yeah. Literally, this got sent to me, and they're like, "Oh, well, Zach, I guess you're not going to East versus West now." And I said, "Why?" And they're like, "Well, because this is what he's doing." And I said, "Well, I don't give a fuck."
Which one was it on? Which podcast? His last one?
Artem's.
It was on. It was with Artem. Like talking about. It was like episode 32 or something.
Okay. That helps. I was just curious which episode
They
it was
have
on.
like
I'll tune
a live
into it.
stream every single day, so it could have been today's or
Yeah.
Well,
yesterday's.
It was
Yeah,
like it was
missed
yesterday, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I missed it.
yesterday's.
Or I had it on, but I missed that part specifically. 'Cause-
It starts. Well, Artem shuts it off really fast. I will give Artem some credit. The moment he said it, Artem switched it off real fast.
okay.
It starts at. I think it's at 56:10 is when it starts.
Okay.
I don't like that guy.
And it was just
FTG.
random. It was Travis was going through saying who's all coming and this and that, and then all of a sudden he's like, "Oh yeah, Zach Lee's coming, that fucking bitch," and I'm just like, "Oh man, here we go again."
You're just gonna have to kick his ass. I mean, shit.
Well, according to him, he says the moment I show up, it's on.
Yeah, okay.
That's
on?
what I said.
What's
We'll
on?
make sure we
I don't
get
know.
Full erection?
Something.
We'll make sure we get there early with the cameras running.
He ain't gonna do nothing. His plan, Travis's plan, is to yell and scream, and then me get mad, and then have everybody get in the middle of us before a physical altercation breaks out.
Yeah.
Well, his plan may collapse when everybody would have much more fun watching you boot his ass.
It'd be hilarious if like no one steps in and they just let you do it.
Well, he's got a lot of wannabe bitch buddies that are probably gonna come.
Yeah. Well, that's for
And listen, I really don't care. I'm going down there to arm wrestle. I ain't going down there to listen to his. I will ignore all the words, all the audio. I'll ignore it all. But the The problem I have is now he physically threatened me again. So if he comes anywhere near me and tries to talk to me, I'm just going to hit him.
With a beer can.
Will you stare him directly in the cleft lip?
I will try to hit him and split that, like reopen it.
Give him another one. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what my dad told me to do. He's like, just give him another cleft lip.
Imagine he wakes up, dude, and his cleft lip's back, and he's like, "No!" His biggest nightmare, dude. Like his worst fucking nightmare is to have another cleft lip.
Yeah, then all them photos he takes with everybody and shit's gonna look real good.
Or someone tackles his son, and he wakes up with a cleft lip.
Jesus.
He's an adult. An adult.
Yes. That's all he's riding. He's riding off that shit anyway.
When Zach threatened your children, they were underage.
Yeah.
You know, and he says he's gonna punch your wife and kid in the face and show all his weird shit.
Yeah.
Come on, dude.
Yeah, he like went over the top with the shit he said.
Yeah. Like, dude, why couldn't he just let it go? Like it was over, you know?
It's been literally almost a year now, and he still talks about. Listen, I must really bother him because he don't bother me. I don't talk about him.
Right.
But all of a sudden, man, like this tournament's coming up, he just got to bring my name back up.
It'd be like if we started making fun of Paul Italia again for no reason.
I mean, that's easy to do. But...
That doesn't happen.
Never. But
you know, Ryan, could you imagine though going over to East vs. West, being a commentator for Engen, all these world-class matches, and having that go on, and then come home and talk about me?
Dude, you're living inside his mind for free.
You're an important guy.
Yeah.
I guess. Especially to him.
He never stopped thinking about it.
Listen, I have his cell phone number too. So I tried calling him like 10 times.
Want me to call him right now on the show?
Yeah.
Well,
it ain't too late. Call him.
Let's see what's up. Nobody will be able to hear it.
Oh man.
Oh no,
man! But you can see Travis when he says what he says is only saying what he says because he knows he's on camera and far away from Zach Lee, and he's almost saying like, "Yeah, when you see me, it'll be all in sight." Then he laughs like he knows it's bullshit. You can see that he's like, no, like yeah. There's no way in his head he believes that he's going to rough you up when he sees you at Virginia.
No,
exactly. There's no like his subconscious is not telling him, yeah, this is going to happen for real. Nah, he's just
he's
just laughing it off.
Yeah, he is.
White
Wolf. I think it's pretty funny. I think it's funny. I think it's him. If anything, it's him giving you just a little shout the only way that he can without looking like a bitch himself. So I think it's a prop to you, if anything. That's how I look at it.
Yeah, it's funny because he's mentioning my name coming to this finals shit. Well, that just helps me out.
Exactly. Yeah.
Thank you, White Wolf, with a $10 super chat. He said he's got to head out for a ride, lads. Have a great night. See you on the flip side. Ow!
Ow!
Beauty.
I was literally sitting at work with an inmate when I was trying to like get hooked up with this fucking cat. I was sitting there in the hospital with an inmate trying to get this thing fucking working. I couldn't do it.
That's funny.
Hospital Wi-Fi is tricky.
It is. I couldn't get connected at all in the hospital.
It might have been firewalled even. Sometimes they have weird shit up where stuff like this won't work.
It's probably what happened. I'm sitting there with the other CEO and he's like, "What are you trying to do?" He's like, "We got an inmate in here." I said, "I don't give a fuck."
You live in the mountains, right?
Yeah.
Maybe you're like in the cleft of the mountain.
Very possible. Very possible. He's gonna see this shit and the cleft lip's gonna come back up and he's gonna like freak the fuck out again.
The thing that's funny is like he brings you up, dude, and like you haven't said shit all year about him, and we've been saying cleft lip like every day for a fucking year, and he doesn't say a fucking word.
No, I don't. I tried to like just let it go to the point where I was going to be like, okay, fine. I see him in person. He said something. I'll handle it. But he just cannot shut the fuck up. That's just all he's done his whole life is talk.
Yeah.
That's all he knows.
That's it.
I wonder if Nitro taught him that when he taught him everything else.
He might have. Might have.
One of us has to go play football and tackle his son.
Do you feel like that dude? Listen, remember that YouTuber, that big black YouTuber guy that used to walk around and just randomly tackle people and like destroy them?
Right. Dude,
yeah.
Hire that guy.
Hire him.
Terry Tate.
Terry Tate.
Help us linebacker.
Game over.
David Marr with a $20 super chat. Clef,
Yeah, that's what's up. Yes, sir.
Hashtag July
Left ball sack.
ropes. That's a great. Thank you, David Marr. Yes, that's a great comment, and you should be on here, by the way.
Yes, especially with that cleft ball sack comment.
Yeah, he said
Zach, when you have a gash in your lip, it is hard to keep it closed. Cut Travis some slack.
It's like a genetic enhancement for talking more shit.
Yeah.
You have three lips.
Spills out. Just comes out of there.
Yeah.
Well, when you move it, you probably don't notice it as much, you know?
Yeah, it's all numb and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody, I don't remember who it was Meta. Somebody said about you did a really badass job. I thought, hey, if you think that's badass, you should show up at his practice. It's the only practice of the hundreds of places I've gone to that has 2 live rattlesnakes, right next to the pulling tables.
Zach, I actually need your services, buddy.
What?
Nitro threatened me all night to kill me last night.
No, he didn't.
I may need you to back me up here.
What did poor Nitro do?
He's fucking mad because we're throwing a tournament too close to his or some shit. I don't know.
Did he really threaten you?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Dave Shell can attest to this.
Mm-hmm.
Dave,
poor Nitro.
Dave, what would you say was the worst threat that he said last night in reference to me?
Well, let's see. I'd have to look this up here.
I saved it in an Excel spreadsheet.
You have it on your spreadsheet?
He has it on his spreadsheets. His Excel spreadsheets. Dave has a prison wallet, if you know what I mean, where he keeps his gold bond.
Actually, maybe he gave me that verbally. Yeah.
Zach, do you ever have to search people's prison wallet?
Yes.
Squat and cough.
Yes. Yeah.
You make them squat and cough.
Dude, listen, the guy we had in there tonight is a stone cold killer. He's a big murderer, and he's like all fucked up from a surgery. And we have him shackled on one leg and the other hand, and he literally on purpose tonight. Now this dude's like 6'3", 300 pounds, shit himself in the bed, and it was fucking terrible.
Just to be a dick.
He just did to be a dick because he thought it was funny. I wanted to fucking shoot him with the gun, but man, it was fun. I had to go stand out in the hallway.
That's nasty.
He does it because all the hot nurses come in and talk to you. So that's why he probably did it, so they could get him naked and clean him all up.
Like, I got shit on my dick, clean it.
They do, man. I'm telling you. He's doing like 55 to like 75 years.
That's crazy.
And like he's like 40 years old, so he'll die in prison, so he don't care.
Right. That's the scary part, dude, when you're in there, because there's dudes that don't give a shit. They're like, what's another life sentence? I'll kill anyone.
Yeah. They don't give a fuck.
Right.
And you're in green. You're in green. That is one of the hardcore ones for the state system, not?
Well, green is, they call it the mothership. It's probably the worst prison in the state. It's a level 5 maximum security. I'm at Laurel Highlands now. I transferred closer to home.
Oh, okay.
But you know, and that's the funny thing. You know, you got guys like Travis that run their mouth and say all this stuff, and it makes me laugh because I deal with killers every single day, and Travis does not scare me. And that's the thing. Like, he can talk all he wants, but I deal with the real deal at work,
Yeah.
and he's just some person that's a piece of shit behind a camera.
Travis is like one of those people that identifies as a cat.
Yeah. Goes and pisses and shits in the litter box.
Pussy.
Where's
Yeah.
Laurel Island? Is that Evansburg?
No, it's outside of Somerset.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
convenient.
Nitro threatened to slit my throat.
No, for real?
But I'm still alive. He was going to do it last night. He was going to come and sneak in my window and slit my throat.
Damn.
What did he exactly say? I have to know, because that'd be hilarious coming from Nitro.
Dave, this is not the first time he has said that to me.
Oh no,
He's threatened me many times.
Was his blood sugar low again?
Yeah.
I doubt it because he has that thing in his body now that monitors constantly. But no, he did the same thing last year, and Ryan said that what was the line? You didn't accept threats from meth heads that hung out with pedophiles.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Because of Nick Maripati, whatever his name is.
Boy, Dave Bart.
Oh, David Bart.
Even worse.
That weirdo got caught by like the Facebook fucking pedophile catchers.
Oh yeah. Well, that Nick kid's a weird guy too.
He is very strange.
Well, he stood up for Bart. Yeah, Bart was. Bart
You don't
was
stick
going
up for
to- Yeah, it was the Luzerne County. What do they call it? Luzerne County Predator Catcher, I think. But
Did he
yeah,
try to recruit on the team Predator?
career of it. Makes a
So
career-
Nitro said, like, I'm going to slit your throat, Ryan, because you have a tournament too close to mine.
Yeah. I was like, well, that seems kind of like an extreme level to take it, but
Yeah,
you know,
big time.
Sorry. But then today he was like, I'll get you a hotel and you can come to my tomato festival tournament and all this. And I'm like, I'm good, bud.
No, he wants Ryan.
What did he say?
He wants to give Ryan some TV time because they have this big parade at the Tomato Festival, and Nitro rides down the back of his pickup truck, with the arm wrestling table, and he wants Ryan to basically be the other person, pulling him on the arm wrestling table, being on TV.
Listen, I love Nitro, but here's the thing. I went to that Tomato Festival tournament all the time when I was younger, and like 4 people show up, and that's like one person per class. Like, there's nobody that ever comes anymore. Because
that's what I'm trying to tell. Like, when you have tournaments fail like 10 times in a row, it's time to try something new, man.
Well, yeah, and the thing is, like, he doesn't change anything. He'll talk about himself. A half-hour tournament for him should take, the setup and stuff, maybe 3 hours. It takes 10 hours because he talks in the mic for, it's just terrible.
Right.
What's that comment say? Zach, do any of your prisoners think it's cool to arm wrestle? Matty, yeah. Like, I arm wrestle the inmates sometimes.
Are they allowed to arm wrestle themselves or no?
Oh yeah. I let them arm wrestle all the time. It's funny.
You smash them?
Oh yeah. There's actually, it's funny because at my prison, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this or not, but I really don't care. There's a arm wrestler from Erie that I arm wrestled with for like 10 years, and I have him in there. And he's actually used to be very, very, very good. Yeah. And I don't know if anybody knows him. Daryl Betamine is the guy's name. I don't know if anybody remembers him or not, but he used to be like top 10 at 198s.
Did he do something embarrassing?
No, I arm wrestle him all the time. Listen, I even bring my strap with me to work.
Nice.
Oh, that's funny.
Are there like some good flat tabletops to pull on?
Oh yeah, all over.
Cool.
And Daryl, it's nice because having Daryl in there, it's like an extra training partner because he's legit, and he's like 210 pounds now, and like when we arm wrestle, it's like an extra training at work.
It's all fun and games till someone hangs themselves with an arm wrestling strap.
Listen, and it's funny because I always get all the arm wrestlers to arm wrestle each other in there, like the inmates, and like I'll go get the biggest guy and put him against Daryl, and they have no clue what's about to happen to him, and Daryl just beats everybody.
That's hilarious. Would they let you start like an arm wrestling program in there?
Listen, I tried. I tried to do like a block versus block type thing and make a team and
I
like
don't want to do it.
inmates, but they said it's too unsafe that someone could get injured.
Well, yeah.
And I said, but yet you let them play football, baseball, softball, have aluminum bat.
Yeah.
They lift weights.
They can
They have
shank each other. I mean,
yeah.
you know?
Like literally, they let them play softball and shit with aluminum bats, but that's okay.
Yeah, but holding onto a pin is too dangerous.
Yeah.
Holding hands with another man—that's where we draw the line.
Listen, in my prison allows fucking free weights. So can you imagine a 10-pound weight coming at you like a frisbee?
Dude, you guys want to rape each other in the ass? Fine, but you're not going
Go
to
ahead.
hold hands while you're doing it.
Exactly. God forbid. Can't let them do something fun.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and we have some big inmates too that I would love to just let them go at it and watch and laugh.
Yeah, that would be fun.
Oh, absolutely. I would.
Is it just that prison, or do you think other prisons might be like receptive to it?
Well, I don't know if you guys remember. I remember Alan Fisher went into a prison like in California, and brought his table, and they had a shit ton of fun.
Yeah,
the Drew just mentioned it. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, I mean that was, and I even brought that up to our athletic department, and it was cool as shit. And I brought it up and showed it to them on the computer, and they're like, "Well, that's in California, blah blah blah." And I said, "Well,
what does that have to do with anything?"
Yeah,
there's less.
Like talk to him about the church and God and let him arm wrestle and stuff. I said, "Why can't we do that?" And they're like, "Well, we'll take it over with the board." And of course, they said no.
You leave that fucking arm wrestling table unattended, and someone's gonna be sitting on their pins,
on the pegs.
Depends.
Pegs, pins.
Yeah, I imagine Alan Fisher's supposed to be at Virginia as well. I believe.
They use grocery bags and water for weights here. Yeah, dude, that's very common because some places ban the weights because they don't want the inmates getting stronger than the fucking POs. So they have to improvise. Dude, if I was in prison, I would just eat celery and then hang myself from a ropey load.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if we could go to like maybe not a super max prison, but a lesser max, and talk to them about doing an arm wrestling program, you know, or like a kid, like a teen, like a jail for teens or something, or who knows? There's got to be something out there where we could find a way to get them to do something.
Well, the teens is what, Zach? Camp Hill, right? The prison for under 21, isn't that, or under 18? Isn't that Camp Hill?
You and Tim Lewis would know, Dave.
I just know because I'm a citizen in Pennsylvania. I occasionally look at the news, not just the comic section like you do.
So Zach, so are you pulling in Virginia? Is there like a last chance thing to get into the finale, or what's going on with that?
May have lost him again.
Yeah.
They had to do the last chance because Travis might try to get in it himself.
Yeah, I heard they were doing that where you have local guys or whatever. I don't know if it's a little tournament before the final tournament or what are they doing? Are they just letting known guys into the bracket? Like what's the deal?
Unapologetic patriot in the house saying good evening all. Hello.
Yeah, on a Patriot, would you like to join us again? I'll send you the link. You were on once before. We had.
We need to get Travis on here so we got to answer some questions about the East vs. West tournament.
Yeah, let's see. Copy. And Oh, let's see. Yeah, and assuming that I'm not pulling a. Where are we here? Okay, what's that? All right. Well, what I'll do, Ted, I'll send that to you.
Hi, Zach. I think Zach's back. He's waving. Or
Yeah.
he might have waved 20 minutes ago. Zach, if you can hear me, give us the finger. We can see you, but we can't hear you.
So, hey Zach, do you got to win the 176 bracket to get into the finals bracket, or can you just enter into the finals bracket?
It's a Saturday. I don't know, Dave. Probably isn't.
Okay, just send it to you, Ted. I can send it to Dave too.
Oh, Mike Magnolia said that he used to run a tournament every year for 10 years in the New Jersey State Prison back in the 80s and early 90s with Steve Walker, and he was Steve was a teenager at the time. That's pretty cool.
Mike's the man.
But who knows? Like, times have changed. They might not allow it now, but it would be cool. It would be cool if we could get something like that going again. I'd even be willing to let people shank me.
Berger, you're asking about the
flesh
qualifiers?
Yeah, Schmo answered it. So, yes, you're going to have to pull the tournament, and then if you win it, then get into the finals. Man, that's going to be tough.
And if the class is small enough, you might just end up going over into the finals.
Yeah, I hope that, if there's enough spots to fill it that way, right? Yeah, hopefully not many people are showing to pull the little mini tournament before the big tournament.
Yeah.
I think they would, though, because they want to probably see the finals. At least people from like the same team as, or whoever's in the finals.
Right.
You know, they might be coming with a buddy who also arm wrestles, and
possibly, yeah.
You know, while we're there, why not just throw in an entry fee and pull? So even though you might not have high quality guys to pull with, you might just have a huge number.
Well, if that's the case, it'll be a warm up for that. But
Dave Shell's stepson, Jonathan McCurchin, wants to come on.
Nice.
You guys hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, Josh. So the way they explained it to me is I talked to Paul about it. So there's a last chance qualifier right before this fucking tournament.
Right.
And he is thinking the way that they want to do it, and he's hoping this, because it's a 50-50 shot. Whoever shows up for this, because they're I shouldn't even be saying this on here, but they however many spots they're going to have, they're just going to throw us in to the final. Hopefully they're not going to make us arm wrestle, because if they make us arm wrestle and then they try to make us do the finals, I'm not sticking it out. I'm going home.
Right. Gotcha.
Because that would be pointless.
Yeah, because I think there's going to be a bunch not show up. I was watching the Travis podcast, and he was saying, like, the Brazilian team especially, like, there's a couple spots there that aren't going to be making it. Like, there's a lot of people from far away that might not be coming up to Virginia for this that qualified.
Yeah, and you know, the way Paul made it seem, there's a hell of a lot of spots to fill for each class. That he's hoping that they don't make us arm wrestle and just let us in, because I'll tell you right now, with the type of talent that's supposed to be coming, I'm not going to be able to arm wrestle that and then get fresh and try to pull the finals.
No way. I mean, unless it's totally slack asses pulling the regular tournament. But I don't see that happening either.
Yeah, and
I hope they just throw you guys in it. That'd be good.
I hope so, because that's the only reason I'm going, and I'm only going because Paul asked.
Awesome.
Well, that's cool. You got a chance.
Because I wasn't gonna. Well, I wasn't gonna go because of the whole Travis bullshit.
Yeah, I know. I
And
know.
then he's
Paul's
like,
keeping it
he's
alive.
like, yeah, and Paul, you know,
Fuck that guy.
all the love to Paul, but because I
Well,
think Dustin Hyatt's coming, that Caleb kid's coming, maybe Alan Fisher. There's a bunch of guys in there that you have to be careful with, because if you're not fresh for them, it's not gonna work.
yeah.
I think Adam Wilmot's coming. So I mean, there's Paul Fisher, maybe. I don't know.
Paul, he
who's all
qualified.
gonna be. Yeah, I mean, I looked at the list. There's only like 8. They're only taking first and second, so that's 16 people, and they have a lot more slots open than that.
I think
So
20
it's
is
like, yeah, and I don't know who's going to show up. So if 8 of us show up and there's 8 slots, Paul said that we're probably just going to get in there.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to go down there, pay, and then have Travis be a cocksucker and be like, "Oh no, you guys all got to arm wrestle and then arm wrestle the finals." Nah, that's not how it's going to work. I'll go the fuck home.
It's bullshit. Fuck that guy.
Because that'd be pointless to do it like that.
Oh, we forgot to mention about Dan Schwartz's barbecue.
Oh yeah, where'd he go, by the way? Why did he
Internet
leave?
trouble.
His phone died.
His phone died. But barbecue is coming up.
I wish he was closer to me, because he sends me stuff all the time, but it's like a 6-hour trip to him.
Yeah.
But he does a cool barbecue and has like some fun matches in his backyard and does some live feed stuff, and
It's going to be a different location this year, not in his backyard. And he said, bring your swimsuits. So they're somewhere with a pool.
I'm going to get with all you guys too, as soon as I figure out my work schedule, and let you guys know whenever Shit Talkers is on too.
Yeah.
That's weird, dude. He told you to bring a swimsuit. He told me to bring a dildo.
Well, you were more likely to have that than a swimsuit.
Told me to bring KY jelly.
That's smart, dude. He tells us all to bring something different, and when we get here, it's a fucking party.
Right. That's right.
That's the way to go about it, Dan.
Well, Dave, bring the gold bond, of course.
It's a whole different kind of nightmare.
Yeah. We all need to invite Travis. We bring the dildos and the lube, though.
Like, Travis,
No lube.
you're in a safe place. You can share with us who hurt you.
Exactly.
Show us on this doll
Exactly.
where your dad touched you.
That's right.
Show
And listen, I got legit restraints I can bring from work, and we'll hold that motherfucker down and treat him well. I'll bring some OC spray. I'll bring some flex cuffs. I'll bring.
There you go.
Yeah. Real deal right there.
Dude, hire a professional makeup artist to do a prosthetic cleft lip on you, and then go there to an arm wrestle.
Holy fuck! Listen. I don't know if I'd be able to keep a straight face if I would do that.
Nah, hell no, not with a cleft lip.
Yeah.
Fuck, man. Them teeth showing no matter what.
I could do it. I could definitely keep it straight.
Oh yeah.
I just have to think
Two bits, are you coming down?
Nitro.
I don't believe I will be now.
Fucking A, Subich. Do you go to anything except Longhorn?
No. I stay
Why
home.
not?
Are you
I
going?
suck.
Subich, are you going to?
Let me get good.
In fact,
Well, in order to get good, you got to travel.
Subich, I'll tell
I
you.
do travel. I go to Winter Blasts and Keystones annually.
Subich,
Those don't count. That's only one tournament.
Subich,
That's
if you
2 tournaments.
if you went to the Tomato Festival, you have a chance to win, bud.
No, I'm all right.
Oh, and
Absolutely.
Free tomato.
I forgot to mention, Nitro told me today that Travis has called him and asked him to be a ref at the thing in
Bullshit.
in June.
That's bullshit.
Well, let's face it here. I would rather have Nitro as a ref than Travis because we all know that Travis is 100% making me lose if he refs.
If yeah, that's true.
He did that last year.
If Travis asked Nitro
Absolutely.
there, it's definitely as a joke, like he's fucking with someone or something.
Yeah, that's not true. I mean, I love Nitro, but that's not happening.
I loved him until he threatened to fucking slit my throat.
I'm really shocked at that. That like confuses me because
That is-
Nitro, I can't.
First time. Like he's done this before to me where he's gonna kill me, and then he says, my blood sugar was low. I'm like,
He uses the blood sugar.
yeah.
So this afternoon, Nitro wrote to me, I just talked to Travis, and he wants me as one of his referees at the East versus West tournament in Virginia, June 3rd. So I will bring Black Ice and 2 other new guys with me to that contest.
Well, he
Also, Nitro's gonna be there.
That's what he says he is. And, hey,
also invented the novice division.
So they're gonna have East versus West level reffing. That's gonna be awesome.
Yeah.
Just like the real thing.
Yeah.
He personally trained Paul Lynn, Storm Chelino, Brandon
Me.
Elsetter, Zach Lee, fucking everyone. And they're all,
trained
you guys
Anthony
are all-
Roger. Don't forget
you guys
Roger.
are all like a son to him, and you guys view him as your father.
He came up to me and Snook one time and said, "I'm so proud of you two. You guys have been so far since the stuff I teach you." And me and Snook looked at there and we're like, Snook's like, "Yeah, you're right, Tom. You're right. You're right."
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck do you say to poor? I mean,
It's like
I don't
talking to someone that has Alzheimer's, and you're just like, "Oh, okay, yeah, I'm your son."
Does Anthony have any big
He- you
ambitions
know-
right now with the sport?
no,
Or is he
zero.
just trying to pull? No.
He goes. Snook goes through spurts where he like gets super serious and like trains real hard. Like he trains for that term they had in Hagerstown, and like he shows up, wrecks people, and then you won't see him for months. And then he'll show up, wreck people, and you won't see him.
Yeah,
Like Snook's one of them few guys that has the table ability to not train at all and solely show up because he has such a nasty side pressure hit.
Mhm.
And let's not mention he is 6'6", and his forearm is like 20 inches. So when he sets up on the table, it's an automatic post, and he just drills people aside, and they don't know how to deal with it.
yeah.
He's a good dude too, though. Very, very competitive. I take him snake hunting and stuff, and he's one of them dudes that you just never know is gonna come. And if he shows up, he screws up the whole weight class for everybody that's there.
Bad guy. Did you ever pull in
He really is.
Rockwell tournaments? Or when did
What's
you
that?
start pulling? Have you ever pulled in a Rockwell tournaments? I mean, they got discontinued in like 2017, so it was a little while back.
I didn't hear you cut out, man.
Did you ever pull in the Rockwell tournaments, the ones in New York?
Rockwell.
Have I ever pulled in the New York tournaments?
The Rockwell. Have you heard of that tournament?
Yeah,
series before?
I won a couple of the Rockwell tournaments actually.
Were you in that 2017 one?
I
think it was the
qualified
final
for
one.
it.
Qualified
No, I
for it.
qualified for it and didn't go, and thank God I didn't because of what Travis did.
Yeah, it was like the similar type of bullshit where they had the final last chance qualifier the night before, and then the next day you pull. Yeah, so just a little silly.
Travis totally he had that planned the whole time. Ryan, you hear what he did to that?
Is that the one where he canceled it and didn't refund everyone, or no?
No, it's the one where they had qualifiers all over, and when you showed up at the end of the finals, the winner of the overall or the tournament gets $10,000.
Oh,
well, this piece of shit enters
it and won it.
He
right?
enters and wins it all and keeps the money.
Oh, that's shitty.
No, 2018
Yeah,
was.
and everybody.
Go ahead.
That's so shitty.
Yeah, and like he told everybody that he didn't have the money for the payouts, so that's why he just hurried up and jumped in and won it, so he didn't have to pay nobody. And then the one that Dave Shell's about to talk about that he had all this stuff going on and then he just canceled it.
Yeah, and actually, the one I came back after I broke my arm was at Hooters in Delaware County, and he joked about that if he didn't have enough money, he was going to hop in and win it.
Yeah, he thinks it's funny, and that's what pisses me off about this motherfucker.
Yeah.
He does all this shady shit to everybody all the time, year after year after year. But people still go with him to his tournaments and pad his wallet.
Yeah, and then he did that video where he came up and actually came right out and said in a podcast, "I don't give a shit about my fans. I just care about their money." So
that's all he's ever done.
But that was that. Yeah, that tournament. He was joking about that. I'll just hop in and win it, and then of course it didn't matter because he canceled them with some bogus excuse about, oh, some of us have TV. We can't be on the TV. Well, yeah, maybe a handful of you can't be on TV because you've signed agreements, but everybody else can be. And
he's a liar.
And the other thing he did at that one to save himself a couple bucks is he angled there were two tables, and he angled them kind of like on a 45, and then he was the down ref for both of them.
Yeah, I know. He tries to ref from the table and mic it all while he's refing at the bottom. He did that at the brewery. He did it at the brewery at in Virginia before. Tried to sit down and ref. You can't do that.
Yeah, that's what he did because he did that at the Hooters. The up refs were Sean Latimer and I forget who the other one was, but they were.
No one asked. Anyway, JH Pipe Fitting with a super chat, getting her done. $1.10. Thank you, sir.
Canadian.
We appreciate that $1.10 Canadian. Next time, could you send it in cheese and maple syrup?
Yes.
Please and thank you.
Okay, carry on.
I don't know what Dave was saying because you cut him off.
No. That was just it. That was just it. He just was joking about it, and he, did down ref for both of them, and then of course about 2 tournaments later, he suddenly announced that, oh gee, I can't go on. We can't do it because some of the people in it have signed exclusive TV agreements, so they can't be on TV. Well, maybe a handful of them can't, but everybody else could.
Listen. Don't you guys remember what him and Michael Todd did and then got like a fuck ton of YouTube views?
Oh,
they made some fake ass thing where they're gonna pull a super match and then they get up there and lock up and they go and punch some stupid ass punching bag.
That's so stupid. That was a
Travis got on there and he just made fun of everybody. He just said, I didn't do this. I don't give a fuck about my fans. He said, I just want the money. And Michael Todd went on and made a special video and apologized to everybody. He's like, I'm sorry. Yeah. Travis don't care about nobody.
On Michael Todd's YouTube, you could see his fucking memberships just dropping like fucking boom, boom, boom.
Oh, yeah. Yep. And that's the thing. Like, you see all these random people that don't know Travis.
Right.
You see him, like, comment on his shit. He's the greatest ever. He's coming back. I can't wait for his comeback. That dude ain't coming back. He's washed up, gone.
Oh, there we go. Ted, unapologetic in the house.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
What's up, buddy?
That's a little too professional for this kind of podcast.
Yeah. Welcome to the circus.
Yeah, man. Good to be here. Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Awesome.
What's
a nice big practice coming up with super matches and everything else.
Yeah, we've got 3 practice super matches, and we've got probably about 25, 30 pullers going to be at this house. So we're frantic. We're all running around, getting everything set up. You can see my custom table back there. I think I'm pointing over the right shoulder. Yeah.
Nice.
It's an Ezreal table, but my wife is like an artsy, craftsy person. So we took all the stickers off, and she put her actual vinyl cutouts on it of the team and all that stuff. So
that's cool.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty cool.
Cool. You guys gonna live stream it?
Yeah, we're gonna live stream the super matches on my Facebook page, and then I'll upload it to YouTube afterwards. And then as far as the practice goes, if my wife feels like running around and filming some people, that'll be fine. But other than that, it's just gonna be the super matches.
Yeah, that's cool. Definitely check.
You plan to be getting on the bike and coming up to the relatives of the Poconos this summer and stop by and see us?
Yeah, I really do. I want to come up there and see my brother, and then see you guys and do some pulling. It'll be really cool.
Well, you're always welcome, and we are very regular every Wednesday, every Sunday, and if it had to be a different day, we'd round some people up.
I appreciate that.
Dave, you're regular.
I said that is one we are very Predator never misses a practice, even the day after a tournament. Period.
That is crazy to me, but that is true.
Mm-hmm. Hey, as Androvic says, you don't get sore until the second day anyway, so why not?
That is so true. The second day is the day that you just want to die.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're gonna have, like I said, we're gonna have a real crowd on Sunday.
Yeah, we're gonna have. I mean, some of the top ranked guys. Ryan Dunwoody's going to be here. I'm pretty sure Scott Clements is going to be here. I put out an invite to Paul Walter. He might be here. So, and then there's going to be, some up and comers. Jonathan Hauser, of course, my team. Nick Johnson, Levi Rakowski. Levi too. I mean, so there's going to be some awesome guys here, and then all the way down the list, all the way down to like new guys that just started. I forget his first. Joe Barrow. He just started. He's like 3 months in. I just did a practice with him not that long ago. So yeah, he's going to be here with a couple of his guys. So I mean, it's going to be the whole spectrum from like 3 months in all the way up to like 10 years pulling. So it's going to be pretty cool.
That's cool.
Yeah, I keep watching for Iron Kings to do one of their big Saturday things, and which they haven't since December. Because if they do one of those, I'd come down and go to theirs on Saturday and come down to you folks on Sunday. To make it worth the the amount of mileage.
Well, of course, yeah.
But they haven't had anything recently.
Well, we'd love to have you, man. That's for sure. Oh yeah, Hunter's going to be here too. So obviously, who Hunter is. He's going to be here.
Yeah, I'll be. Obviously, yes, I definitely know who Hunter smashed me. Yeah, he's going to be up at the. He's going to come to Virginia, so I'll see him there.
Yeah,
on June 3rd.
Yeah, I'm going to be pulling in Carnage that weekend. So.
Yeah, we have. Then I don't know how far you are from. There's the 15th. We already have like 4 tournaments on July 15th. One of which is the the Wolfpack and Brutals doing something in Southern Virginia.
Yeah, I could probably make that, except July 16th. I think I have a super match out by Charlotte at Damian Schlosser's place.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I see Damian's posting. He wants to have a super match every week.
I think every other week, but yeah.
Yeah.
Hell, I told him I'd pull him. I love the guy. I think he's a 9 on the tricky bastard scale, and he's really, really strong. And everybody sleeps on the lighter guys, but man, he's super explosive and super strong. So, and I mean, if he was on the list right now, he'd probably be like top 3 Carolinas in the 180 or under class. So, I mean, I'd love to pull him in a super match and see where I'm at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, that's generally the consensus of the comments, that there weren't really that many people in the Carolinas that are going to, match him at his weight.
Yeah, there really isn't. I mean, 180 under, you got David Redman. I mean, he's in Virginia though. You got, no, he's in North Carolina. Jesus. Yeah, I'm trying to it's a stretch. I mean, obviously you can go down to the lightweights. I mean, you got like phenoms like Hunter Knopfs and Cody. Well, Cody's out of Georgia, but any of the guys that are doing the round robin tomorrow, obviously they can hang with him, but I mean, they're all phenoms. Unless you're picking from the cream of the crop, you're not going to find anybody that's going to run with him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just you're just a tad too far away.
Yeah, I know. It's a pain in the ass. I live really close to the major highways. It's just a pretty big haul.
Yeah. I said if they're going to invent something, I'd like them to invent a transport. And in Star Trek things, invent a transporter so you could step into it, have your molecules screwed around, and pop out 500 miles away. But do a bit more traveling.
Yeah. Hey, they love your table.
It does look great.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Let me see. I had a bunch of topics written down the other day, and I cannot find where I put it.
So who do you got for that 12-man round robin?
I think a lot of people are sleeping on Cody. I think Cody, I don't know if Cody can win it, but I think Cody's got a really good chance of winning it. I really do.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I mean, I bet a lot of people are sleeping on him. He's been so humble about everything.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's part of his well, you know, going back to the tricky bastard scale. I think that's part of his tricky bastard you know, scale. But no, I got a chance. And I mean, I'm nothing special, but I outweigh the guy by what, 50 pounds. And I got a chance to lock up with him, and I can't move his right arm. Like, he protects his hand so well with his back pressure and his post. I can't move his right arm. His left was, I would say, attainable, but his right was just, I mean, it was unbelievable to see such a light guy have such protection and hand control. It was incredible.
Mm-hmm.
He's tough.
Yeah.
And I was saying to Ryan the other night, I won't mention any other names, but you know, he's really very big on self-promotion, but in a way that he is not annoying.
Right.
There are some people that, you know, that they self-promote and you just want to cringe. And but you know, but he really does, but he's not I'm not sure what it is that you know, that I you know, he's not annoying at all where some people are.
Yeah.
He's unique, at least. I'm gonna be honest, and I'm gonna say I think he's very cringy, but I think I can give him credit where he's unique and where he does it differently, and he does it every day. Which, so I can't hate the hustle.
Mm-hmm.
But
well, you think the saying thing is cringy?
What's that? That's whatever. It's just sometimes it's well, and it's because he is self-promoting, and it's not something I feel comfortable doing myself. And I think it's something he's putting himself out there. So the more you do it, you're not going to put out something that's very cool every time. Right, so like the girlfriend thing, where it's like, I'll do what my girlfriend does, but only better. And it's just like, look how great I am all the time. And I get it. He's trying to promote himself, and he's very strong and impressive. But when you look at him all the time, it's like, man.
I got you.
But,
I got you.
That's just because I'm paying attention, and it's not something I'm into. But I can see where he's motivating to other people. You know, he does things his own way, which I think is really cool.
Yeah.
You know, but. So with my criticism, that's a personal preference thing, and not as much a diss on what he's doing or anything like that. It's just me kind of a taste of preference thing. So.
Yeah, no, hey, that's what makes this country great, right? You can have an opinion.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But I mean, like you said, you can't deny his grind. That guy is always working.
And I think as he gets older, he's going to only get better, because I really do. And he gets criticized for this, but I agree with a lot of the critics. I think once he really hones in the idea of the strength training and peaking for strength more than for endurance, he's going to be extra special. I think he's good now, and I think it's working because he is so good. But I think if he really, really figures out how to truly taper and take the time off and get those tendons and everything, like there's science to it. There's strength science to coming in peaked. The Georgians got it down. All the Europeans have it down because they follow the powerlifting stuff. And once he really, really nails that, he's going to be extra special.
Right. But in the same respect, I mean, remember the Bulgarian team? I mean, yes, they were juiced off their freaking asses as far as the powerlifting team goes. But the Bulgarian team, they would literally do exactly what Cody does, which is, you know, you treat the match as part of your training. It's not something you peak for. It's just part of your training. So their theory was your body was always ready for it because you're always putting it under the same amount of punishment. Right. I get, you know what I mean? I get the tendon part and I get the healing. Hell, I peak for my matches and stuff like that for sure. But I mean, you know, the Bulgarian, I think it was the Bulgarian team. They were like super, super dominant in the powerlifting scene for years.
And tons of volume too. Tons of volume.
Exactly. And they treated the meat, you know, as part of the training. They never took a day off. Mm-hmm. So, you know, I guess it's just a matter of how you react, right? I mean,
right. And I would have to look at that Bulgarian thing. If they're going full swing the whole way up, that'd be impressive. But I feel like there has to be some sort of a taper to be your best on a specific day. But I did that. What's it called? Russian conjugate stuff. When that is where you're maxing every week. Anyways, people are like, "What? That's crazy," but it does work to an extent if you can maintain the volume in that. But with that, there was still a taper and about a week and a half process to where you kind of chill it out the week coming up on a competition.
I think if you look at any system, you're going to find that it will work for a certain amount of people.
Sure.
And it's just a matter of what system's going to work the best for you. Most people think that Todd Hutchings is a nutcase for, training
He does the
heavy
Russian
4
conjugate
days. But yeah, exactly.
He does that. That's where, yep.
So, it's one of those things where, but yeah, I mean, yet he's an elite arm wrestler. So, you never know, right? Things just work for different people.
For sure. And I think you got to find what works for you. And that's why I'm not hating on him or saying he's doing the wrong thing. But I just think once he hybridizes it a bit and finds a way to peak with a little less early. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm totally wrong and he has to figure it out for himself. But
I agree. I think he's still young in the sport, but I honestly do believe that he's a dark horse in that race.
100%.
I don't know if he can win it or, well, I shouldn't say that. I don't know if he's going to win it or not. Obviously I know he can win it. I think that he's got a very good chance, more of a chance than most people believe. I
think he's built for that round robin. I don't think he's the best arm wrestler in that field, but he could come out on top of that round robin because like I said, he's in such great shape. He trains the way he does. I think he's a dark horse in that respect for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's training smart for the round robin. I agree with that. And I'll tell you, I told him, and his strength is relentless. I mean, once I had, because I kind of knew where he was going to go, and I didn't have a lot that day. I just threw a big old flop press on him just to just threw my shoulder behind it and just stuck it and prayed. Like I felt like I was riding a bull for 8 seconds. And I was better than shit. He ended up elbow fouling out, and I got the victory. But it wasn't so stronger than him that day. It was a sneaky, tricky win on my part. But I mean, it's like, but the power never got less. I mean, I thought he'd start to wear out a little bit. He just kept cranking. It was relentless. He didn't even seem to get tired. So I think he's going to do real well down there tomorrow.
What's up, Levi? How you doing, man? Just saw Levi in the chat. That's one of my teammates.
Nice.
Yeah, Levi, you want to come on?
16 years old, guys. 16 years old. Such a powerhouse.
Excellent.
Like such a powerhouse.
Let's see. Let me send Levi in case he wants to, join us.
Yeah, he's got a super match with me, left-handed, Sunday.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a practice super match. We're just gonna have fun. I think him and I are very, very even left-handed. So it's gonna be who could be trickier on the tricky bastard scale. That's about it.
Excellent.
Yeah. But right-handed, I can't touch the kid. It's all one-way traffic.
I mean, you could.
The guy's sleeping for the last 10 minutes. He goes, I mean, you could.
That piqued his attention. Touching kids? What?
Yeah, right. What?
I sleep when you guys start talking about arm wrestling. I come back in time for the molestation.
It does. It brings them out of it.
Okay. All right, Levi. Well, yeah, love to join. Unfortunately, people sleeping in rooms next to him. All right. Well, we'll have you some other time.
It's all the pressure you put on him, Dave.
Right.
He like threatens people to come on. Everyone's getting threatened this week, not just me.
Well, I can still bring Jonathan on if you want.
The Kircher?
Yeah.
I think we should interview one of his severed fingers.
The middle one?
Do you think he'll still come on? He's always well, have him on, and when he starts talking too much, we'll just boot him off.
He can get going, that's for sure.
He can get going. Losing a couple fingers, he didn't lose the wind.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. Where the heck was it?
I thought David Marr was going to come on at some point.
Yeah, I couldn't find whatever. You have to send me the link because I was trying to find there was like several David Marrs. I couldn't figure out which one was him.
Levi was saying, "Look at that awesome table behind Ted."
Thing is sweet.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I appreciate it. My wife is. You can see the red vinyl. That's she's actually going to be wrapping the elbow pads tonight because the Ezreals come with the blue pads, and obviously that's not going to work with the black and red. So we're wrapping the elbow pads with red vinyl.
That's cool.
Yeah, I wish you guys could see the top of the table too. It's got iron sharpens iron right in the center, and then it's got 2 American flags, and on each corner it's got either a Carolina Rollers logo or my Unapologetic Patriot logo.
That's cool.
Nice.
I like it.
Because I mean, after all, it is my table, so it's going to have my logo on it, you know. But what I figure is, I'll get That's cute. Iron actually doesn't hold an edge. Yeah. That's why it needs to be constantly sharpened.
Yeah.
But what I figure I'm going to do is get my teammates and any famous arm wrestlers that happen to pull on it to all sign it. So it'll just be something that, I'll cherish,
Can we sign it in any sort of substance?
I would prefer like a silver or red Sharpie. Yeah.
Yeah. You gotta be specific sometimes.
Blood would probably not be good. No.
No bottle fluids whatsoever.
I'd rather not. No.
Just dried gold bond.
I'm just trying to be specific for our 6 viewers.
Yeah, right.
We're up to 19 right now.
Holy moly.
Meta says, poor Ryan, it's tiring having to battle with on so many fronts. Travis, Paul Italia, Nitro, Chuck.
It's difficult.
You battling with Paul Italia too, huh?
Not anymore. We kind of squashed things. But there was a time where he confused us. Like, remember when that troll army was around?
Yeah.
Well, they made some memes of him, and he kind of blamed us for some weird reason. And then once we realized he was real sensitive about memes, like that's all it took.
I think that's probably my biggest criticism of Paul is that, and I don't know him obviously, but it's just, if you're going to be an internet presence in any way, shape or form, even somebody like me that has just over 300 subscribers. So I'm nobody. Right. But I mean, I get haters. You get people that just want to be pricks. You just got to deal with it.
You need thick skin for it. Like,
you just got to deal with it
all the time on here, and I'm like, you are correct. You just got to roll with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just something you got to deal with. If you're willing to turn on this camera and get in front of it in any way, shape, or form, you just got to deal with it. That's what's going to happen. If
he would have embraced it and like laughed about it, it would have been done right there. It's not fun to meme someone who's not complaining about it.
Yeah, exactly.
But we kind of have that. Like we hate bullies, so like when we see someone that's like a bully, we try to bully the bully.
No, I mean I get it. I used to be the same way in school.
for the underdog or the little guy.
Well, I guess from what you said, then the Schmo said, "Are you the unapologetic patriot with 200,000 plus followers?" So I guess no, you were different unapologetic.
Yeah, I didn't even know there was the unapologetic patriot with over 200,000 followers.
He's the distant cousin of that.
No, right? He's the guy that's actually making money doing this. I guess I don't know. Because I sure as hell don't make money doing it. No, this name came out of I used to do podcasts, and it was political in nature. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just I said one day, screw this shit. I'm unapologetic about my patriotism, and I'm not going to be told anything different. And that was it. It stuck.
That's awesome. You still do it or no?
No, I got out of it. I got put on a kill list by some tolerant people. And once we found out that we were having a baby, that was it. I was just like, you know what? It's not worth it because I'm either going to end up getting killed or they're going to end up getting killed or one of these terrorists are going to get up killed. So I just said enough is enough. And that was it.
There's David Marr. Ropey.
What's going on?
What's up, buddy?
Not much.
Welcome to the worst podcast in the world. How's it going, man?
Good. Been a long week.
Yeah. This was a much needed weekend.
Yes. Been a long month.
Yeah.
I had like
31
50
days.
hours of overtime the other week.
That'll do it.
Yeah.
I feel like I've received, like I have a second wind after that nap.
Quick power nap.
Quick little 10-second nap. How long was I sleeping for?
I don't know. Your head was down for a good 5 minutes or so. So, you know.
Yep.
Well, they say that if you just have a couple minutes, it can be very, refreshing. I don't know. I had an experience once. I was driving home, and I was falling asleep behind the wheel, so I pulled off, looked at my watch to see what how long I was out, and I wouldn't have believed it. 5 minutes later, I have somebody pounding on my window, some cop, that you can't park here. I said, and I was off the road. I was in dirt. I wasn't even on the shoulder. And I said, hey, I was falling asleep behind the wheel. I'm, whatever. I said, where can I sleep? So he points up the road to a motel. Yeah, bullshit. I'm an hour and a half from home. So I said, well, I'll tell you what, officer. I said, you're telling me I have to leave. I'll leave. But I said, I want you to know my name. Before I leave, my name is David A. Shell. And I want you to know it because if I fall asleep and drive off the road and kill myself, or even worse, kill somebody else on the way home, I want you to know about it. Oh, I was hot. And I'll tell you, I was awake for the next hour and a half. It was the 5 minutes, or basically the adrenaline for being pissed off. But that 5 minutes, it was only 5 minutes, and I didn't fall asleep for the rest of the way home.
I'll go with a combination of both on that one.
Probably.
I love it when Dave gets hot.
Yeah, they
Right?
say
Get all fired up.
yeah, so you pull off, and I pulled off. I was honest to God, I was running the risk of going off the damn road. Of course, when everything blew up about a year ago, I thought, gee, I wonder, people would have said, well, if you would have been black, you would have been shot. But talking to the cop like that, who knows? But I was bad.
You should have just wrote "fuck that guy" on the window in the gold montage.
Well, that was before we invented "fuck that guy."
Yeah.
They have some weird slogan in New York about driving and falling asleep, don't die, and all that good crap. So you did right.
So far, I've lived through every sleeping accident.
Well, we could tell you're here, so that's good. That's good.
Relatively injury-free, also.
Yeah, all he did was screwed up the truck on the Jersey barrier.
No, well, that was a different situation, Dave.
Mm.
You were supposed to keep me awake, which I don't know why.
I did. I talked
to
to
why I called
until
you.
your damn phone gave out. Your damn phone gave out. I said, plug it in and call me back. You didn't call me back. You ran into the Jersey barrier. Your fault. Hell, I was talking to you.
What's my fault is thinking that you'll keep me awake.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was until your phone collapsed.
When I want to sleep, I just fucking play the podcast and just listen to you.
Mm. I was keeping you awake quite well.
Queensland in the house.
Mm-hmm.
Afternoon, gentlemen. I mean, I don't know if you could use that term in here.
Yeah, he misspelled it anyway.
Dave Sheldon didn't catch it.
No, there's only one of us is a simple man. We just have to figure out which.
I think I might be the smartest guy in the chat.
Dave Shubich is a smarter, younger Dave Shell.
Yeah.
Oh boy, that's gonna irk him.
Yeah, he posted something about your last workout of being 25 or something.
Yeah, I'm killing myself.
Mm-hmm.
Starting to like this StreamYard more than Zoom. Oh, Dave Marr's back.
Yeah, I noticed you guys had changed up the whole, studio and all that. I'm like, what the hell is all of this? And yeah,
it's cool. It's got a lot of options, and it's relatively similar in cost to Zoom. So
okay. Well, I mean, it looks good. The software doesn't look glitchy at all. It's pretty good.
Yeah, Dave, I'm gonna turn 1 year more repulsive to Tim Lewis in about an hour.
I think the only thing that really the other thing that kind of was helpful is whoever was talking got the screen, their particular thing lit up around them, where this one does not.
Right.
That's true.
Yep.
Yes.
But I mean, when you recognize people's voices,
Well, yeah. Well, it's the only 5 or 6 people on. But I've been on. We've been on some of these where we were 13 people on the damn thing.
well, that's the problem. Is if someone's on a cell phone, they're only viewing one or whatever. It's hard to. It's hard on a cell phone anyway.
Yeah.
We have a question from Queenslander there, Ryan.
Let's see. You think Devin / Gennady are at 2 pins each?
Yeah, he's basically saying each one of them got cheated or something like that.
Yeah. Well, we'll find out because aren't they having a rematch?
Yeah.
That'll be fun.
Yeah, it's in August. And I mean, yes, I'm a Devin fanboy, but I honestly do believe that if a Devin shows up to win instead of to pose, it's going to be a really bad day for Gennady. Like his hand's going to go through the fucking table.
I agree. Like if he shows up how he was when he pulled Michael Todd, and
but even then he was posing and playing.
So,
but see, even then he was posing and playing. If he shows up pissed off, in that warrior mentality that we all know he has, and he says, "This is a mission, and my mission is to destroy, not to pose, not to play, just destroy." Gennady is going to have a very bad but very quick evening.
Yeah,
that's my opinion.
I think so.
Yeah, I think Devin fucked up in that last match.
I
agree.
Is mentally,
You can say what you want about the refs and all that other stuff, but he ultimately fucked up.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
and I also think I'm glad he admitted it about his training with losing the endurance, because I definitely noticed that every time he got heavy.
Yeah,
yeah.
That he was stuck in some.
Not only that, but Engen brought up a very good point. He does this a million times.
Yep.
So he's got tons of endurance here. But how often do you see him doing this?
Yep.
Right?
I said the exact same thing to my son. Yep.
Yeah. So and I was explaining it too to because again I explained to the guys that are newer than me, and when you're inside, you're using much bigger muscle groups and you're burning much more energy much more quickly. So you need a whole different level of endurance to be inside in a hook and holding against
redlining,
hook puller. And that I was trying to explain all of that to, on my channel, and it's just one of those things where I really do believe that yes, the refs had something to do with it, but I don't think that they cost that match for Devin. I think that Devin's ego, and he admitted it in his own video. I think that Devin's ego and his drive to make the victory larger, as he says, is the reason why he lost that match. And like I said, if he does show up looking to win, not to pose, not to play, but looking to make a statement, he's going to put Gennady's hand through the friggin' table.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's all going to be on what mindset he comes in.
Right.
And you can't fuck around with Gennady, because if he starts getting fired up, he's like a whole different animal.
Yeah.
Yeah. He gave him breathing room. The refs gave him breathing room.
Yep.
I think honestly, if you want to talk about the refs giving any type of, or if you want to talk about the refs playing any type of role, I think it played more of a mental role than a physical role, because it gave Gennady daylight. And that's what fired him up. And yeah, it's, I think that definitely had a lot to do with it as far as that goes. But, people talk about Devin's shoulder all the time. Gennady was just as carved. If you look at center table, Gennady was over on Devin's side of the table. Fall started by a full second. I mean, come on, the phantom elbow foul. It's just, it's ridiculous. But kudos to Devin for not using the refs as an excuse. And just saying, yeah, it was my ego and I fucked up.
I don't think anybody's ever used the refs as an excuse. As pissed as they get with them, they always save face with that. I don't think anybody really wants to bash the refs.
Yeah,
it's a tough job.
Oh, it really is. It really.
What sport don't you get mad at the refs on? Football. My dad's usually 2 inches away from the screen screaming "fucking refs." So it's hockey, same thing. Refs are fucking us.
My dad used to say the same thing with refs. He's like, it looked like they were. They wanted more TV time with all the bad dance movements and
yeah. Yep.
You guys had dads?
Oh, here we go.
I'm kidding. I have a great family.
Thanks for reminding me that my dad's dead.
Yeah, right. Me too.
So what's next for the 98?
Yeah, there's a topic.
99.
There you go.
No, you used that last week.
Dan Bound did. Dan Bound actually reached out to me because his boss didn't give him his last paycheck. And he was like, can you leave some Google reviews on him? And I left so many Google reviews. The guy went from like a 4.7 star rating to down to like 2.1. He was like, holy shit. Like, you asked me. What do you think I do in my spare time?
The guy's just sitting on the freaking computer making up fake accounts.
Fucking, I don't even have to write anything. Just like 1 star next, 1 star next, 1 star next.
What was that about a troll army? Let me show you what that looks like.
It's behind the scenes 98 stuff, That's how we get people to come to our tournament. We're like, do you value your side business? Do you want good reviews or bad reviews? We'll see you at Winter Blast.
Yeah, speaking of which, I gotta make it up to a Winter Blast. That looks like a whole lot of fun.
That would be cool, man.
Well, hell, June 3rd is my quote unquote pro debut. So
nice.
Yeah. Excellent.
Yeah. Which sweet. I if you guys ever watch my channel, I don't consider myself a pro. I consider myself a novice, but you have to use the term pro because you're entering into a pro tournament. So
you're a pro.
Yeah. Yeah.
The what do you call it? With Winter Blast, we always Winter Blast this year was like bigger than we thought again. It's always bigger than we think it's going to be for some reason, which is a good problem to have. But
it is.
The next one we have Corey Miller coming, and he wants to run his software there to see if he can run a tournament that big smoothly with the flash bracket system.
Yeah, yeah.
We've been talking to him a lot about that, so that'll be pretty cool, actually.
I think you guys put on a great show. I always watch the videos afterwards. It looks like a lot of fun. I'm trying to talk my brother into taking the sport seriously. He lives up by you guys. He lives in Pennsylvania.
Oh, nice.
He's heavy into working out and bulking up and all of that. And I'm like, bro, just start arm wrestling. And it's funny. Don't get me wrong. I mean, we're about the same age, so it's not like he's naive to life, but it is so funny how naive we all are to arm wrestling before we start arm wrestling. Because he's like, I can bench such and such and curl such and such. I bet you I can do this to so and so. And I'm like, bro, he'll kill you. Yeah. like I don't care how much you're benching, he'll kill you.
All the bodybuilders and gym bros think that.
Yeah.
Actually, like Michael Hawks, for instance, he was posting stuff like he'd crush any arm wrestler, this, that, and then he went to a practice and he got humbled, and now he's hooked.
Yeah.
You
guys see on Brian Shaw's Instagram?
Yeah.
He's like, nothing to see here as he's working a wrist wrench.
That's awesome.
Oh boy, that's going to be a problem.
Dude, yeah. I mean, that's great though. Like all these big bodybuilders and strength sport guys, Like that's what we need. It gets more eyes on our sport.
Look, you may call me crazy, and it wouldn't be the first time I've been called this, but I honestly think 3 years, 3 years is what that man needs, and he's taking on Levon.
Oh yeah,
I think he's the guy.
someone with like those genetics, absolutely.
And the fact that he's got that much, he's got the champion mindset. He's got a 6'8" frame that weighs 400 pounds. He walks around at it. He's used to pushing his body to the limits. All he needs is 3 years of training. And I know everybody's going to say tendons. You can get around a lot of the tendon stuff with that amazing amount of strength that he has.
Yeah.
So, will he have the endurance? Well, then again, Levon doesn't seem to have that much endurance, but will he have, as much endurance as other elite pullers? No, but he'll have the strength. He'll have the strength and he'll have the technique if he trains with the right people after 3 years.
Yeah, as long as he's got the right guys around him training him, he should be good.
Yeah. Now, I'd love to see if our elite athletes in the U.S. really got into it like that, how we would fare against those elite guys in Europe, because our elite guys aren't arm wrestling. And yet when you see a couple that do, like when you think of like Jerry Caderet, he was a high-level football player.
Yeah.
And football doesn't make a good arm wrestler. I'm not saying that, but he's a high-level competitor. He was a high-level football player in a sport that has a million people in it. Paul Lynn, same way. He was a high-level football player. And it's not about football again, but these are two guys that I can think of that played the sport at a high level. Like you said, champion mindset. They know how to be the best. They've got the genetic gifts already. And Brian Shaw's another perfect example of that. So,
yeah. Well, Paul Lynn, I just want to give him, I understand he probably doesn't, I don't know if he comes on this podcast or not, but
yeah, he does.
That dude is salt of the earth. Amazing. Like, I'm making a cut from 270 down to 220. Okay. I was way out of shape and all of this, blah, blah, blah. And I'm pulling in my first pro tournament at 220 in 2 weeks. I reached out to this dude today because I was like, man, look, I'm having trouble my last 10 pounds, blah, 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 or whatever it was, 11 pounds. I just want to, because this is the first time doing this. I just want to, if there's any tips. Bro, this dude hit me back in 5 minutes with a voice message detailing everything I needed to do for the next 2 weeks. And he's like, you got this. This is easy. You got this.
Yeah.
And I'm like, thanks, man. Like, that was really legit. Like, thank you.
That's how
Within 5 minutes, he hit me back with all of this. It was great.
Yeah.
That's why arm wrestling is amazing. The community definitely is. You can reach out to these top elite people that if it was like Lawrence Taylor, you would never get a hold of them.
Yeah.
And I remember I went to a WAL and not that we like Travis Bajan or anything like that, but he's sitting like two people over, at the time when I first got in, I'm like, there's a world champion, like right there. Paul Lynn was in the crowd. I seen Ryan Bowen and Alex from Arm Wrestling TV. And then Devin comes out and you can walk right up to him and take a picture with him and shake his hand, and it's cool as shit. Any place else would cost you hundreds of dollars to go up and even say hi.
Yeah.
The Beast. The Bears.
The Bears.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Yeah, I got a picture of me pulling with Devin last year at the Pig Pounders event.
Nice.
Friggin' loved it, man. That was
awesome.
I love Devin for not just his arm wrestling, but the human being that he is. And when I got when I got to meet him and actually sit down, my wife and I had a conversation with him when he was eating lunch with Juji. And my God, like the man is just so cool outside of arm wrestling too. Like we talked about world events. We talked about all kinds of shit. And he had to have the documentary shut down the camera. But but yeah, it was awesome. It was a great time. We spent a lot of time talking to him, and yeah, it was just really cool, dude. Like really cool.
He pays attention to the sport. Like when I walked into his seminar, he was like, "Hey, Ryan Grondin from '98." I was like, "Me?
Yeah, me?
Me?" I was like, "That's cool, man. How you doing, bud?"
Hey, Dave Roby Marr. How love's coming? It's coming. Is that Devonshire, or did you buy that in your size?
Yeah, it's Devin's.
Oh, Devin's forearm is here. He said good things about Devin being said. I'm back. Oh, I liked your last video too, Devin's forearm. That was a really good video breaking down how the refs did play a part in that. That was really good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fun to see guys that are like What's sad though is there's also the opposite spectrum where like there's guys that show up, pull, they leave, they don't even interact with anybody.
Yeah.
Kinda, you know.
But a lot of those guys have been burned by the ego guys. You know the guys I'm talking about. Look at Dennis Saplenkoff when he was getting ready for John Brzenk. There was that guy that showed up 2.5 hours late and just jumped all over Dennis's arm. If you're going to be an ego puller, don't do it with those guys. You know what I mean? Go do it with somebody else, like a local star or something like that, and go get your ass kicked. Don't do it against somebody that's literally got thousands of dollars on the line for a match that's coming up, and he's there training and being nice and letting everybody pull him. You know what I mean? So don't do it with that.
Yeah, that's a shame. But I mean, in this sport, and people have said this, like you can probably count the jerks on one hand. You know what I mean?
That's true.
Maybe that's a little under, but
yeah, a little under. I mean,
in general, there's not a whole lot of assholes because they get weeded out. People start to just stay away from those guys. I mean, I'm one of them. Just
I mean, I think people like Devin get a bad rap for playing the heel before a match, but there's a couple of things to take into account in my opinion. One, he's a warrior, and he believes firmly in the fact that it's a fight. So, the fight starts way before the ready go. That's number one, and number two, he's humble in victory or defeat, and he'll be your best friend right afterwards. It's just while you're doing battle that he's an asshole. After that, you're good to go.
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah. Plus, a lot of guys, they try to have some kind of weird persona. Like they think it's cool to be an asshole. But then off camera, they're the sweetest person ever.
Yeah.
And it's like...
to answer your question, Schmo, I think it would only be wrong. Like I would love to see that, but I think it would only be wrong because then the community will see Dennis rip somebody's arm off, and then they'll be like, "Well, you shouldn't have done that because you're Dennis fucking Saplenkoff." So, you know what I mean? So I think that he's in a lose-lose situation there. So I think the onus is actually on us in that situation.
Yeah. That is true. And then everyone will be like, that's so bad for the sport. And blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, exactly. But I just think that Dennis was in a lose-lose there, and it just sucked,
Yeah.
Because then, the guy gets notoriety because he pinned Dennis Saplenkoff. And it's like, yeah, you showed up 2 hours into a practice, fresh as a daisy, and you're huge, and you're obviously good. Yeah. I mean, like, hello.
That's no notoriety to me. I didn't hear about this, and
even
if I saw it, I wouldn't care. Oh, cool, practice pin.
It's practice. Yeah, people always get the practice fucked up.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Yeah. See, with the practice thing, I think that I don't put so much onus into it as saying, oh, because the guy won in a practice that he could win in a match. But I think that a lot can be learned from a practice.
Yep.
Like where that person is strong, where that person is maybe not, what lane they guard, what lane they don't. Are they faster? Are they slower? So you can still learn a lot. I mean, perfect example is, again, Devin versus Prudnik. He knew based on that practice, even if Prudnik was sandbagging him, he knew where Prudnik was strong and where he was weak. And he felt very, very confident about going in there and just tearing him apart. And that's exactly what he did with 2 weeks notice. So,
Yep.
I agree with you can get a lot of data from a side pool, but as far as really measuring who's winning and losing, stuff like that, I mean, or just a random person coming in and gripping up with somebody to see where they're at in the middle of practice, it's
true.
It's not something I would do. But.
Yeah,
like it's like a schoolboy move.
Yeah.
Wait till everybody's beat, come and smash them, get it on camera.
That's right.
Yep.
Yeah, me fooled when I first got into arm wrestling. Like, oh, this dude's awesome, him and Alex.
Yeah.
Then I seen real stuff, and I'm like, oh, not that great.
He's just okay.
And that's the thing. He has the potential to be really good. He just hasn't really fulfilled it yet.
Yeah.
He's got all the genetics. He's got the frame.
It's I shouldn't say not that great, but not what they made it look like. There's whatever 1.2 million people that are following him, thinking that he's the greatest thing that ever walked the face of the earth.
Well, I mean, the top 3 arm wrestlers are Levon, Schoolboy, and Biker. I mean, so.
Hey, you could say what you want about the Whisperer. I think his shtick is awesome. I really.
I love it too. I think it's great, but but it does fool people that don't know about arm wrestling. They think that guys are a lot better than they are.
That's true. 240-pound Marine.
Well, don't go that way. Oh yeah, that's it. Oh, it's so good. Oh, it's so good.
It is, and I loved it. I loved it when Devin and him pulled, and Devin did his shtick on him. It was great.
I'm gonna go a little more.
And that's why Devin's great.
Yeah.
That's all his followers. That's why, because like you said, his personality is just.
Oh yeah.
He's a good dude. He's a good dude.
I respected ATN a whole lot, especially once he started posting losses.
Yeah, and I got to pull him. I think it was 3 weeks ago. He was here in Carolinas for a match against Joe Rogers, and he won. It was a war, but he won. It was a good match. Classic top roll versus hook, really good match. And then of course he stuck around for after pulling. That's the same time that I got to pull Cody and all of them, and. It was funny because I've got a big hand and that's kind of my weapon is top rolling. So he wanted nothing to do with my hand on the top. Like he looked at me, he goes, no. So I pinned him a couple of times outside and I was like, all right, I'm not looking to be TikTok famous. So I went in with him and I was like, oh my God. Like the amount of power that man has in a hook is absolutely phenomenal for somebody like me. You got, relatively speaking, for somebody new like me, I've only got a little over 2 years in the sport. So, when he surged, I was like, oh, I'm ready. I tensed up and I was ready and I felt him go and I was like, okay, here it comes. And then wham, like I was nothing. Like I wasn't even there. I was like, holy shit. It was incredible the amount of inside power he generated, but it's also incredible how little outside power he had. I figured he would be a little bit more well-rounded, but no, he had really nothing to contain and nothing to hold. It was just all real inside stuff.
And the same thing played out in the match. I just watched it last night.
Yep.
Between him and Joe.
Yep.
I mean, it was like the perfect setup for a match. Like you couldn't get more styles make matches than that.
Yeah, no, that was absolutely perfect. I mean, if he could connect his cup, it was all him. If he couldn't, it was all Joe. That is loud.
Did you get to pull Zach Lee at all? I think he was down there.
No,
Zach
I didn't get
there.
a chance. I didn't get a chance to pull. I pulled Paul Walter, Cody, a bunch of other guys, but I don't think. No, I didn't pull Zach. I saw Zach. I talked to him a little bit, and when I saw him pull, I was like, "How long you been pulling, bro? Because your transitions are crispy."
Yeah, he's tough.
Yeah, he looked super, super crisp in all of his moves, and he told me he'd been pulling for a while. So yeah, but he looked amazing as far as his transitions, and yeah, it was really good.
Yeah, he's got the table IQ down for sure.
Yeah.
Then he's strong as shit in a lot of places too. So he's real tough to deal with.
I wish I had more time to pull all those guys. It's just I was there for like 3 hours pulling, and I still
so many arms you can grab.
Yeah. So it was a lot of fun though. I've been on a tear for these last 3 weeks doing high level practices, and it's been just absolutely phenomenal. I love it.
Excellent.
I love it. I ditched the weights. I just went to bands because I said I got to keep my old ass healthy while I'm doing all of these high level practices. I've been practicing with other teams, and I was at Rick Layton's place last week, and he's a local legend down here. He's been pulling for 35 years. One of the best lightweights, or formerly one of the best lightweights in America. It's just a really cool dude, really awesome guy. And we were there at his house, and there had to be about 25, 30 pullers there, and mostly high level guys. And it was just great to touch that many hands and just get smoked that many times, and then, hey, I'm going to get to do it here this week at my house. So that's great.
Excellent. Absorb it all. That's great.
That's awesome.
And then in 2 weeks, I pull at Carnage and get my ass kicked there. But you know what? It is what it is.
That's what your first year of pro is for.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
My first pro match was with Zach Lee. So
Oh Jesus!
tell you how that went. It didn't take long.
Yeah. Well, this is going to be my first tournament that I just do pros. I did have a tournament in January at Camel City Classic. It was Nick Johnson's event where I pulled amateurs first, and David was there. I pulled amateurs first and then pulled pros, and I couldn't have gotten worse draws if I tried. I got Ryan Dunwoody, who's number 10th ranked 225 guy in North Carolina, or the Carolinas, pulled him first, and he destroyed me. And then I pulled the number 6th ranked super heavyweight in the Carolinas. His name is Pork Chop for number 2. So yeah, just completely screwed. You know, I was like 1-2 done. So, yeah. So, but yeah, this time it's going to be, you know, I'll be completely fresh going into the bracket because I didn't get a chance to pull the amateurs first.
Smart.
And yeah, you know, I'm going in there to do harm. You know what I mean? But I'm not stupid. I'm not one of those delusional people. If there's going to be some killers there, and I'm sure I'll lose, but I'm going to go in there to win every single match. It doesn't matter who's across the table.
Heck yeah, man.
And have fun.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's like Pop Warner football. You always teach the kids just have fun no matter what.
It's a lot more fun losing in pros, though.
Yeah. Yeah. I may shed a tear when I hit 220 on the scale. You got to remember, November, I was 270.
Wow. Yeah, that's a big accomplishment.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. I may just like, okay, thanks. Got to go. Yeah.
So you're learning a whole new quality of life then, being that light. Yeah, that's awesome.
Absolutely. So yeah, right now, like as I'm sitting here, I'm 230. So, you know, I've got two weeks and like 3 days to make the cut, which I know I can do with a water cut and all of that, but I want to get as close as possible so that I'm not depleted and all of that stuff. So, so yeah.
Sweet.
So did Ryan collapse when I disappeared for a couple of minutes or what?
No, he said he'd be right back, but he hasn't come back.
Yeah, he probably fell asleep. He was struggling.
He was struggling. He was struggling since he started. Probably making a rope or something.
Well, he was up till like 2 o'clock because, like I say, I was part of this three-way conversation between voice and text between me, him, and Nitro last night until damn close to 2 o'clock. And of course, he had to get up at the crack of dawn to go to work. But oh god, so he didn't get much sleep last night.
No. Now with a young kid around.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got a 3.5-year-old that keeps us going.
Yep.
Well, that's what he said, that they're letting her stay up a little bit later at night because otherwise she's just up, up too early.
That doesn't work with kids.
Mm-hmm.
They still get up no matter what time you put them to bed. You could try to run them ragged. You could try all sorts of stuff. They just get up.
Mm-hmm.
Need blackout shades in their room.
I've got that in mind. It doesn't matter.
Huh?
It doesn't matter.
My kid could sleep. He was easy.
Yeah.
He slept his ass off.
This is my 6th, and I tell you what, this one puts all the others to shame. She absolutely puts the others to shame. She is far worse behaved, but she's such an angel when she wants to be. But when she's a demon, oh my dear Lord. My wife is in there stapling the vinyl to the elbow pads going, sorry.
Well, it was probably a cooperative arrangement, though. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, she's my arts person, man. Like, she is so talented. I couldn't do half the shit that she does.
Mm-hmm.
That's sweet.
Yeah. She does, and I'm not going to even, I won't plug her business or anything. She does custom woodwork, etching, lasers, Mod Podge, all of that stuff, sublimation, all of that shit.
Go for it. Plug away.
Yeah,
plug her business.
Against her of you plugging away. Go right ahead.
All right. Yeah. Well, it's Chris's Creations on Facebook, so I'll spell it out in chat.
Okay.
But yeah, man, she's so good.
Yeah, get a moderator to post a link, and then you can. Yeah, that's what this podcast is about.
Highlighting the community, man.
Yeah.
I'll get the link, and I'll put it in the chat in the Zoom thing, and then you guys can do it from there, right?
Yeah.
There you go, hon. I'm getting your business out there. She's like, I gotta update my Facebook now.
Mhm. Oh, let's see.
Yeah.
Oh, so it doesn't have, the Schmo does not have Snakebook. That's too bad. Yeah. No, I guess McGurshan's gone to bed because I did send him the link and he has not joined us.
Oh man.
Nitro's out fishing, so I didn't bother sending him the link.
Lucky.
He's overnight fishing expeditions. I told him I only ever went fishing once in my life. It was absolutely disaster. I'll have to tell him about it sometime. So he said he'll bring a couple of reels down to the Grove when we have that birthday party pull practice, whatever the hell, in July.
They're fishing there?
I missed that.
Fishing, yeah, you can fishing, swimming, whatever the hell. We sometimes put a table out on the rock in the middle of the stream, but yeah, it's his. He always has a camp out birthday party practice, whatever the heck, the Saturday closest to his birthday in July. So it'll be the 8th of July this year. Yeah, tomorrow will be the my fifth competition in 6 weeks. Well,
Look at you.
the miles, I'll probably hit about 3,900 or something in between the six.
Teach Damian Slosher a lesson, man. You got the schedule he wants.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Tell you what, man, that dude right there, he could be one of the best lightweights in the country if he actually trained hard.
He's been at it a while too.
Yeah. He was formerly Derek Smith's one of Derek Smith's proteges. He used to train out there with Derek.
Very
But
cool.
yeah, the Whisperer and him know each other, so that was pretty cool that they got to hook up again because they haven't seen each other in years.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if there was a connection there to why he was in North Carolina. That makes sense.
Well, I mean, besides the fact that Joe's a pretty big draw, I mean, he's the top guy in North Carolina at that weight. So,
Right.
the one thing that Whisperer said that I found very, very interesting, he said that coming over to the East Coast, he said everybody he gripped up with had bigger hands than what he's used to gripping up with over there on the West Coast. Yeah, he actually said, he's like, it's amazing. Everybody I grip up with has just got freaking bear paws over here.
Something in the water.
I guess, right?
Well, it's I don't know. I think it's more blue collar work over here. I think that's part of it.
What I was gonna say.
That's what I said. I honestly said that. I said there's more mechanics, there's more, tradesmen over here. I said, yeah, you guys got, obviously farmers and vineyards and stuff like that. But
that's what I'm doing right now.
Yeah.
Working on the truck.
Yeah. I'm a third generation.
And over
mechanic.
time, too, over the past 100 years, this is where it all was. So we got all these factory hands.
West Coast sunscreen hands. I don't know. I mean, like I said, his arm felt amazing. His hands, I mean, but then again, it's all relative because my hand, like I said, is my strong point. So his hand didn't feel that strong to me. His arm felt amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, he looks, when he gets in there in that spot, man, he looks real stout.
Yeah, he is. He is.
Which is why his videos are so great, because he can just sit there on that defensive hook until pretty much anybody tires out, even if they are super strong.
Now, do you think there's any merit in the fact that defensive hooks are what destroys your elbows faster than anything else?
I agree with that because I have shit elbows and I defensive hook. So
I saw David shaking his head no.
David him or David?
Yeah. No, David him, center.
Yeah, because I have no idea.
Oh,
there's
no.
3 Davids here.
My brother was asking me something. So
I got you.
This is something else. Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, I've hurt myself in that defensive. That's the only place I've hurt my elbow is in a defensive hook like that.
Interesting, because I mean that's his favorite move. I wonder if it's actually going to affect him or not. Down the road.
Well, I don't think it does everybody, but I think it's possible. You know what I mean? I think he could probably stay in there for a while. I mean, look at Hutchins. I mean, he gets in there real deep, and
He
there's
seems
plenty
to
of guys
be
that do
tighter
that.
with
The
that
thing
as
is,
well.
when it
He's
goes,
also a
you gotta
shorter
grab
guy.
something else.
He's also a shorter guy, so he's not putting as much pressure. Whenever I defensive hook, or if I'm working with someone less experienced, I'm letting them open me up. Usually it's in defensive hook position, and it kills my elbows. The worst thing I've done was helping Hawks and Torn out when they were new and strong as shit, and letting them rip me apart, and that fucked me over. Like we were talking about Devin, training way out here, and that not doing so much for him when he's trying to arm wrestle like that. That killed me for a good couple of years, and I'm only regaining all my tightness back now.
I was going to say there's a big difference. Devin always trains with his hand up, pronation intact. Defensive hook is, completely opposite. So yeah, there's a lot of difference on the elbow tension there. So,
and I agree. I think having a longer arm makes that you're more prone to getting that inner elbow damage in a defensive hook. If you do
and also, I'm not thinking consciously of keeping tight. I'm just like, yeah, that feels good. Do this, do that. I'm opening my arms so they could see, stretching myself out so they could take me to their side. So it's my own folly.
I got
That's my own doing, but yeah, could be done safer.
What weight class are you in, bro?
I'm 220s.
Oh Jesus, I think I need to keep shrinking.
We'll be all right.
Come down with me eventually.
What do you pull?
54.
No, Jesus, if I got that small, my wife would divorce me.
Uncle John went from pretty heavy to pretty light. What's he in, like 170s now or 180s? From like
3 something. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a huge hand too, from what I've heard. I haven't actually touched it.
He does.
Monster hand.
He's got a 9-inch finger to
holy shit
wrist. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like RVJ style.
Yes.
Okay.
And I have
Levi,
an 8-inch hand, so he's got a little bit.
I want to see you cut to 154, Levi. I want to see it happen.
Levi wants to know what we think about Brzezinski versus Todzilla.
Doesn't he have a match against Vovoda first?
He might.
I have no idea.
I think if they're strapped up, Todd takes it.
See, I think if they're strapped up, John takes it.
Interesting.
Ah.
He might. They're always like tit for tat. Well, not always, but it's been historically as of like the past decade.
But then again, John's endurance has looked really, really suspect since he got COVID. So
exactly. Yeah. First round, he might come out hot and swinging. Yeah. I think out of straps, just the way that Zoliev pulled against Todd, that was just a 6-0 sweep. That was all out of straps. Denied him the strap.
Yeah.
Every single time.
Yep.
But I don't know.
And the one time he was about to lose, he ran off the back of the pad like a pansy.
Yeah, so
sorry, I can't stand that. I just can't stand that.
Yeah, I'm curious about Todd and John too. I have been since they've come back, with John taking a break and Todd not taking a break. I always wondered how it was going to go.
Yeah, I think John stands a really good chance. I think John's strength is still there. I just don't think I don't think he has the endurance anymore. And a lot of that has to do with, I believe he has long COVID. So
yeah, that shit will mess you up.
Yeah.
Because I know when I had it, I was actually feeling really good, and then I got it, and I was screwed up for months.
Yeah.
Like even though I felt better, it was little stuff like walking up a hill. I get to the top of the hill, like not even that big of a hill, and be like out of breath. Like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah. First time I had it, it was the same way, and I had it before anybody really knew it was in the country. I had it. What was it? January of 2020. That was the first time I had it. I'm a four-time champ, so I have to keep track of where everything was. But
yeah, I've gotten it twice. Second time was definitely nothing compared to the first time. I was like, oh, this is how I go.
Yeah, Delta for me was the worst. when I had Delta, it well, then again, it was my own stupidity. I tried to treat it like the flu and wrapped myself up in blankets and just said I'll sweat it out. And I woke up, took my temperature, went back to sleep. My wife comes in. Thank God she was listening. She goes, "Well, what did it say?" I said, "I don't know. It flashed high, so I just went back to bed." And she was like, "High? Like they get pretty high before they flash high." So she takes my temperature and it flashed high, and then it comes back with the number afterwards, and it said 107.5. And
Holy crap.
107.4. And she's like, "What the hell?" And I just rolled over and went back to bed. And then kind of my brain caught up with reality. And I was like, And I looked up real quick on Google. I'm like, when does brain damage kick in? And it's like 107.6. I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, those look good. Look at that.
Yeah, buddy.
Professional.
Right? I mean, the bottoms are just staple, but who gives a shit, right?
Well, I have to take the whole thing apart.
That's kind of what they do anyways.
Yeah.
Well, the Ezreal one actually is really nicely glued and shit like that. But
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I could pop the ring out and redo the whole thing, but then I would have to let it sit, and we don't have the time for that.
That's nice.
I think staples would probably be better than glue anyways, because glue eventually deteriorates and comes off.
Yeah, it's already starting to do. Yeah.
Oh, the glue is already
Yeah.
deteriorated?
Yeah, glue doesn't
Not your
last.
glue, Dave. Not your glue.
No, my glue doesn't.
But yeah, I mean, one down, one to go. Yeah, Sunday's gonna be a completely custom table. I love it. Look at that thing.
Nice.
It's the little things in life, right, guys? It's the little things.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Look at her. She's gonna start pulling. You see that shit?
Yeah, after my arm.
Watch out, Jody.
Yeah. Right. Oh yeah. Right. Jody just started competing again. She looked pretty good.
She's got a match coming up, right?
does
Challenge
she?
match. Her and one of the sons
Oh, Jesus.
somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
It's got to be Auden.
Might be. Yeah, he's been more.
He's been more active with the arm wrestling.
Yeah, he's been super active.
I think she's already pulled Milo. I feel like that already happened.
Yeah.
Oh no, I think they have a match with different people. I just mean that she's got a match as well as Auden will have a match as well. No, not them with each other.
And so
Unless that is what's
Auden
going
probably
on.
killer at this point. He's
Yeah.
Yeah, I see Auden in the background practicing at the Ottawa High Hookers videos all the time, and I'm just like, "Woo, he's getting good."
Yeah, he is.
He's definitely fell in love with the sport. There's no doubt about it, and he's got good genetics. So does Milo.
Yeah.
Milo looks really good too, but Milo still looks, I don't know. It looks like he hasn't even started to fill out his frame, whereas Auden's really starting to pack on some mass onto that frame.
Yep.
a good thing they got their mom's genes.
He got his mom's face. Did you see? I
That's
feel
true.
so
I'm
bad.
just joking.
Milo. I mean, he looks like Jody.
Oh, but his frame looks just like Devin. Like
Oh,
from
yeah.
afar,
Yeah.
it's like Devin standing at the table. It's weird. Yeah, he is Devin with Jody's face.
Yeah. Yep. I was like, it was amazing to see. I mean, as he gets older, he looks a little bit more masculine. But when he was younger, I was like, I honestly thought it was a girl. And I mean,
Yeah.
no disrespect.
And doing his modeling and stuff like that. So he had his prime makeup on and all the pretty pictures and stuff. So,
Yeah.
But no, yeah, he was. He's definitely manning up now. Starting to look like young Devin.
Yep. Man, and yeah, I don't know. That's a scary thing. Did you know which one of my favorite matches that happened this year was actually Devin and Sandra's left-handed.
You saw that.
If you guys saw that or not, I don't know.
It was
but-
really good.
Oh
That's it.
my God, was
Well
that good?
contested. Yeah.
What a war. What a war. Round, what was it, 2 or 3 was some of the best arm wrestling I've ever seen. Deep into a press, ripped right through, catches him in a King's. I mean, I was just like, holy shit, what beautiful arm wrestling.
Had it all.
Yeah.
And all we can talk about from that day is it was pre-recorded.
Yeah, that's what
Isn't that a shame? But that's all anybody cares about. That great match that happened.
Yeah.
I can't believe they even cared about it. Like, what? Who
I
cared?
didn't.
Yeah,
I didn't.
I
I didn't give a
didn't
shit
like
care.
who
about
gives
it.
a fuck?
Yeah.
You're the first
this
people
one-
to see the match. We got if it was recorded, pre-recorded. The only people that seen it was in the room, so it was the
Yeah.
same. It's the same deal.
Yeah, this one's pre-recorded too. I mean, we know what happened on Wednesday, and we're going to see it tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah.
Guess who's still a channel member?
And Neil was pretty clear after the first one when he got fucked when he did it live and people just stole shit. And he said, "Never again. I'm never doing that again."
Yep.
And then I thought everybody knew that Arm Wars was never live.
Yeah.
That's just the way Arm Wars is because they want the best production and those, whatever. Who's
The
it, Jason?
heads and everything else like
Yeah.
that.
Their shit's awesome.
Yeah, I mean,
And-
look, there's no doubt that as far as for a live event, I think Monster Michael Todd has it down. Like what he's doing right now, I think it's one of the better ones as far as a live event goes.
I agree.
East versus West obviously is really good. There's no doubt about that. King of the Table, man, it either leaves me like, wow, that was really good, or holy shit, that sucked. As far as their quality goes, it's just all over the place. It's just not standardized in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, it seems they're still experimenting with what works at
Yeah.
King of the Table.
Yeah.
I'd say WAL had some great production
yeah.
quality and
They
everything.
had,
Their shit was that was legit. Like
Yeah.
we were on our way, and then COVID.
Yeah, but I mean, they really have no excuse. They could have came back. I don't know.
Yeah, they could have. I don't know what their holdup is now, but I know before it was doing pretty. Just the quality of their. You were watching something good there.
I think honestly, arm wrestling though is one of the few areas that actually got benefited from COVID. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Because then I said that before, like a long time ago. I said one of the positive is we got to see Devin Laird versus Michael Todd in a fucking garage.
Yeah. Oh my God, was that awesome?
Yeah, that was cool.
We wouldn't have got that if they were still underneath WAL contracts and all that other stuff. They wouldn't have been able to touch each other.
Yeah.
We'd still be bitching about big pads.
Yeah.
Hey, we still are. Devin came out with that fucking video, and don't get me wrong, I actually liked a lot of what he said. Big surprise, but I think that once it's explained, because the one thing that I can't stand is when you look at the content creators out there, and they ask their guests about something, and their guests have no idea what they're talking about, and then they kind of lead them by the nose. It's like, no. Like, if you don't have guests that know what you're talking about, then just move on to a different subject. But like I watched this one where I think it was Paradeep was talking about, Devin's video, and none of his guests had seen it as far as the rules and what Devin wanted to propose and change and all of that. And none of them have actually seen the video. So they're all kind of like, oh, well, yeah, it doesn't sound right. No. And then Paradeep kind of starts explaining some of what Devin said in like a summary fashion. And then all of a sudden they're like, well, actually, that would kind of open things up for the competitor. And yeah, you know what? That does actually sound a little bit better. And, maybe it's like, just know what you're talking about or don't talk about it. It's just the pet peeve, guys. Sorry, just the pet peeve.
Yeah, I hear you because it's you're talking to a wall and it's hard to get any real good feedback that way.
Yeah.
But at least I was hoping the guys could at least respond to once he summarized it and understand about rules.
That's why we only talk about masturbation here.
I think Warzone did the best to respond once he did summarize. He turned around and said about opening up the elbow pads would definitely allow competitors to do more with the table, and lowering the pin pads. That's definitely a good thing.
I like that.
I personally think Devin's biggest pet peeve is my biggest pet peeve. Stop with the ref script that does this to people's fucking risers.
Absolutely.
Just stop messing with my riser. Just come up underneath like WAL did, do a set grip, close your fingers, close your thumbs, close your hands, go. And if you see a foul, then you call a foul. But if you don't see a foul, let the competitors fight. That's what we're supposed to be doing.
And it might have been Devin that said it, but like he'd say, set me deeper. Don't push me
Yes.
down. I don't want a pistol grip.
Yes.
If I wanted a pistol grip, I'll set up like this.
Yes.
Otherwise, I'm setting up like this so I could get my thumb side past him.
I thought he
I'm not
explained
setting
it
up like this.
perfectly when he
Yeah.
said that too. I'll set up deeper if you want. I'll keep the webbing straight, but I'll set up deeper to do it. You're right.
Yeah.
I think he said it the best, but the ref still ignored it.
And that's why I like the set grip, because it makes you have to close appropriately, but you close where you feel comfortable. I mean, you have to you have to leave knuckle. You can't cheat. There's a way to do it appropriate.
Yep.
You can see them false or not when you let go. I don't know. I like the set grip a lot.
Yeah.
And I've never actually, to be honest, I've never really. I have used it a couple times, like the rest grip, maybe a handful of times, but I never thought about it. Whoever gets their hand closed first is going to have an advantage.
Oh, huge advantage, because
I
as soon as the
never
second
even
guy's
thought
getting
about it.
closed, as soon as the second guy's getting closed, the first guy's just carving and lifting, and you're screwed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think closing at the same time makes perfect sense.
Yep. And then like Devin's forum said, the string pin pads, I agree with that. So he says you can zoom in on the pins, but yeah, it's not just for the cameras. A string moves.
Yeah.
Right. So you'll know when you get pinned.
We use those. We have string pads.
Yeah. So, that and having them lower. So you bury the pin, like Devin said, I'm not saying for amateurs. I'm not saying for tournament pullers. I'm saying for world-class elite super matches. This is what I'm proposing. And I agree with him. I agree with him 100%, because it's going to allow the competitors to work, more and work more within the battlefield, so to speak. You have to earn a pin all the way. And, the three foul system with the running fouls. Sure. Like Paradeep said, you can abuse that. And I think that would need a little bit of touching up, but like the set grip, definitely. Absolutely. Stop with the ref's grip, and stop messing with pullers, risers. Just stop doing it.
I agree. Did Pradeep shave his head? Captain Obvious says Pradeep shaved his head to get rid of dandruff. I guess he's trying to channel some Devon power. The shaved head.
There's a guy out here in the Carolinas. His name is Nelson Smith, and I think he's about 6'3" or 6'4". And no shit, he shaved his head one time, and everybody at Damien's practice was like, "Devin's here? What the fuck is Devin doing here?" I mean, this kid is built like Devin, walks like Devin, moves like Devin. It's just, it's scary. It is so scary. He's got the long biceps too, just like Devin. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Had his hoodie on.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what's next for the 98 guys?
Yes.
Shell, what is next for you guys? What are you doing up there next?
I got the list. I guess that the sit downs is coming up next, isn't it?
Let's see. The next thing that we are doing, let's see. You have because this month you have, let me think. Yeah, we have, is July the 15th was the sit downs in New Jersey. And I'm trying to think what's before then. Strictly speaking, as far as ours, because you have
June 3rd, we got East versus West, and we got Keystones middle end of June. So June is pretty much wrecked as far as anything going on around here. So
this is what today's the 20th May. So let's see. Next week, nothing, and a week after that, of course, is the 3rd. We're down there. There's nothing. Dan Schwartz's thing, that the picnic, whatever, out on Long Island is the 10th. Nothing. Is there anything? No, nothing. The 17th. Then 24th.
It's June 10th. Schwartz's thing
is the 10th of June.
Oh, I was thinking it was July for some reason.
No, 10th of June. because it's 2 weeks before Keystone. Then
Okay.
Keystone 24th,
Okay.
and then the next week, July the 1st, there's nothing, but July 4th, there's a small event on the 4th itself in Watsontown, and then the 8th, nothing in this area. Nitro's, thing out in the boonies. So as far as actual tournaments, the sit down on the 15th July is our next.
No, I've never done a sit down. What like I'm assuming it takes a whole lot more side pressure to do sit downs, yes?
Yeah, I mean the hook people think they have it better if they have it over the top rollers, but some top rollers say, well, fine, let them think that. But yeah, it's you can't throw yourself. Generally speaking, I'd say most people would say it's less speed, more power. Now that's very, very much of a generalization.
Because you can top roll, but it's much more of like a pressy, kind of press with pronation kind of a thing. You can't fall away because you got to keep your cheeks down. You got to kind of be on top of the table more.
Yeah, a lot
of
you
can apply, enough back pressure to top roll, but
a lot of top rollers will get to the last couple inches and okay, what do I do now?
But if you try to go out here to top roll, I mean, there's nowhere to finish. You almost got to come back.
You can't cheat and use more of your body.
Finish the press almost.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can't cheat. That's right. No, you can't use too much body.
Yeah. But
it does.
I didn't know that was cheating.
Does both butt cheeks got to stay on? Because I know I heard before back in the day they'll smack you with a stick or whatever.
I think one butt cheek, right?
You cannot lift totally off the seat. You cannot lift.
So one butt cheek will remain on the seat at all times.
Yes.
So just like super heavy, they have a leg up on everybody. Because if somebody's caked up, you can't really lose.
It's true.
Yeah, it's it's difficult to
squats help in sit downs.
Yeah, they used to have somebody, they used to have 4 referees, up ref, down ref, and 2 people watching the ass, which sounds stupid, but it's true. What they did at sit-down nationals in Virginia, they did have one person they did have 3 refs, and one specifically was there to watch that you did not lift up off the seat. Of course, then there's a whole whole series of ways to try to cheat with that, with the loose trousers, or Nitro said he basically just puts in a lot of padding on his ass until hemorrhoids, but which maybe he does have hemorrhoids, I don't know. But
hi, I'm Ted. I'm an ass ref.
Right.
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, what if you wear like some super baggy sweats and just put like a 5-pound weight in your back pocket?
Well, no, in all seriousness, really, they used to have like a long wand that each of them would
they'd smack you.
Yeah, that they slide it back and forth on the seat, and if it could clear under your ass, that was a foul.
Would they do one of these?
Exactly, Shubich.
Before your ass.
Well, now we know what Nitro can do.
Well, and then the other thing too,
you can be an ass judge.
Well, and then they do have the seat belts. I tried it the first couple times. First year I went there, I didn't think it was really worth it. But what Nitro's advised, what he does is he'll sit down, then lean all the way up as far as he'd want to, like on one cheek, tighten the belt, then sit down. Now the belt is now loose, but he knows that he can't lift off of the, totally off. And so I don't know. I never felt it was worth a damn thing, but they do have the seat belts at the thing in Virginia every year. Whether they're going to have it in New Jersey, I don't remember. The other thing too is even if you've only never done it, the problem a lot of times, since it's only 1 a year, now maybe 2 a year, somebody could have been pulling for 5 years and they really don't have that much more experience than you do because they're so in sit down because it's such a rarity.
You got to go back to the lunch table in high school.
Yeah. Dude, I was literally just about to comment. We need to have a lunch table.
Yeah.
That should be a series.
Yeah.
Lunch table arm wrestling.
I like it.
No elbow pads, just straight up table.
Yeah.
Almost like
slide your butt cheeks across the table. That'd be kind of fun. Across the bench.
Yeah, across the line. Yeah.
It's kind of like freedom, but sit down freedom.
Yeah.
Well, and see, there
lunch is catered.
Like I'll I'll pull multiple divisions. And what's really weird, I have in Virginia, I have never won a match in 60 plus. Every match I've won has been in 50 plus. But it depends who you run into. What I'll do, I'll do amateur 50 and 60 when I go to Virginia. Never won anything in amateur 60 plus. I've just won in 50 plus. Don't ask me why.
Did you see what Levi's? Can you tighten the seatbelt to the point that you can stand up and it stays glued to your cheeks?
No, because the seat is bolted to the table. It's not a loose seat. Nope. Sorry.
Yeah.
I like the idea of like picnic table freedom.
Yeah.
Like that could be cool.
Yeah.
Like sit down freedom. And everyone has a picnic table. You can do it anywhere.
Yep.
Oh God, could you imagine the people that don't use elbow protectors? They come out with splinters. This
Oh,
freaking big
yeah.
on their elbows.
It would almost have to be like the plastic like picnic tables, not the wood ones with the slats.
Yeah.
You can't use those. That wouldn't work.
Well, and actually, I had somebody make, the seats. Actually, if you want to make a sit-down table, if you have a table which has the uprights that you can, separate, all you have to do is measure your uprights and subtract 12 inches. Because a sit-down table is the table itself is 28 inches from floor, stand up is 40. So all you have to do is cut 4 new uprights that are 12 inches shorter than whatever your uprights are now. You have a sit-down table. And then the sit-down itself, the seats itself, some they're easy enough to make. I had somebody make a set for me, basically 18 by 18 by 18. And in
Are
fact,
there risers for people shorter torsos?
no, that
Like a booster seat.
that, I don't
Oh,
think I've ever
shit.
seen one.
I brought my own high chair.
No, and in fact, if I ever do get down there, like at a, come down for a weekend for a practice, I could actually throw my seats in the back seat and bring them along if you wanted to try it.
I'll try it out. I will.
Levi,
Is it your birthday?
It is my birthday, and I'm
Oh,
spending
man.
it here.
Happy birthday,
birthday,
What an
brother.
idiot I am.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, guys.
Dude, if you look at Chubich last year till now, he's gained like 50 years of power with that beard.
Yeah.
Like his beard now compared to last year, he went from like, I don't know, small Asian man to Gennady.
It is kind of Gennady-esque in this.
It's nice.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, it's going to be interesting this summer. I'm going to be driving around the Midwest and South, visiting various practices, and right in the middle of it, I have a fraternity convention in New Orleans in late July, and I just learned last night they're going to give me one of the fraternities give me an award, and I just know they made up the description of what I've done for the fraternity, and I absolutely certain they're going to have to mention arm wrestling, and so I'm going to have these 200 college age dudes with this. They're showing up for this convention. I know it's going to be, oh God, here we go. But of course, I will have my table in the trunk because it's always in the trunk. But
There you go.
should be interesting. Yeah, drunken college students I can usually handle. I may not be able to, be actual pullers, but drunken college students, yeah, all right. That's going to be a hoot. I just know they're going to bring it up.
Yeah, I'm gonna be pretty much keeping up a schedule like you over there, David. I've got at some point I'm gonna have a super match with Damien this summer, and then I've got a match with an unknown guy so far, the 16th, July 16th. Got Carnage on the 3rd. The end of September, I believe I've got Nellie Smith, and then sometime at the end of the year, I have Delfino Islas, which if whoever wins that one, I believe is going to be ranked number 10 in the Carolinas for 220. So,
well, and I know Levi saw because Levi posted the same meme that I did. I stole mine from Berger about what you expect this. Well, you saw it because I know you commented on it. Ted, one about what you expect to see outside of a motorcycles and what you actually see. And honestly, we had a couple bounce houses at the thing in Ohio last week that they closed down the street. And honestly, that's what you had to dodge strollers to get out of the place because it was actually it was called Garage Wars. It was actually in a garage.
Yeah.
And you had to walk next door to the bowling alley to use the restroom. And so it's right next door, but you had to get out past the crowd of strollers to, walk to the men's group. But
yeah, I was just giving Levi shit because he knows I love my bike and I usually ride my bike to practice. So
Did you guys see that meme this week about all the strollers in arm wrestling events?
That's what I meant because I put I stole it from Berger and then Levi put it up too, and Ted commented on it.
Yeah, I just showed him a picture of me scraping boards on mine in the parking lot. So I said no until I pull up.
Yep.
But hell, I've got a super match out there on video with Dan Core. No, I'm sorry, with the hell, Derek Smith. No, Derek, not Derek Smith, not the Derek Smith. Derek Hightower.
Right.
Thank you, Derek Hightower. And this was when I first started, and you get to see my little Monique running around in the background. We did it in a church, and Monique is just running around the whole place, and while we're having the super match.
That's great.
Yeah.
Well, you have to find her opponent, get her involved.
Yeah. I don't need her. She's violent enough. I'll wait until she gets older.
No, because we had the one tournament last year. Tomato Festival last year. That we had 2 4-year-olds.
No shit.
We said, hey, if they want to, we're fine, whatever. Parents want them to do it.
Yeah. Well, generally, kids are too weak to hurt themselves. So when it comes to that, so.
Yeah, no, we usually start at 6. 6 and 7 is the youngest. We had a 12-year-old at the 4th of July last year, 12-year-old guy, but he's 12 years old. He's 160 pounds. And he didn't have anybody to pull. And so basically he pulled his Bill Runkle's girls softball team. The high school girls were there, and this 12-year-old was crushing all of them. But it was a real hoot.
Was rule.
Yeah.
Yeah, couldn't find anybody else for him. Because, some of these teens you get, like Josh can tell you, we had 6 teens at Antietam, and they weighed 112, 137, 140, 168, 170, and 232. Now, what in the hell do you do with that? And so basically we just put the 112, the 137, and the 140 in one group, and the 168, 170, and 232 in the other. And of course, the 232 crushed him. He also pulled amateur. He was 17 years old. But, it's like, what the hell when you have that sort of range.
Levi says, hey, kids aren't too weak to hurt themselves. I've hurt myself pulling. I meant kids, Levi, not like 16-year-old powerhouses.
Mm-hmm.
Like elementary kids.
In the head.
Yeah, like elementary kids. I mean, guys, in case you don't know who Levi is, he's 250 to 255 pounds of like solid freaking diesel muscle at 16 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, like the guy is unbelievable. It's one-way traffic every time my right hand touches him. It's just his way.
Yeah. Yeah, I got
IQ and everything else has gone through the roof in the last year. So
yeah, I got to grip up with him. Well, him and his brother and his dad.
Yep.
At the thing at the barbecue place.
Yep, the Camel City. Yep.
Yeah.
Would he be a good match for my son?
I don't know who your son is.
Yeah, I would say yes. Well, his son is now he's now 16 also.
Yeah, he'll be 17 next month.
And he's pushing 300?
He's like 6'1.5" and like 340.
Wow. Well, I will tell you exactly what Levi tells me. He puts money on himself against any person that is under 18 in the country.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he says. So I'm not talking out of school. If your son is not 18, Levi says he can beat him.
Okay.
So that's just, he's it's valid confidence. I just don't know how good he really is compared to other 16-year-old.
My son has, not a lot of experience, but we went to the East versus West qualifier in Utica and he won the men's amateur.
Oh, wow. Very good. Congratulations to him.
Yeah. So he is strong and he's starting to, he's pretty smart with it too. Cause I can tell he understands what he needs to do. but he definitely needs more fine tuning.
Well, you guys should set up a match, man. Like for real. I mean, I don't, even a practice super match like we do down here,
Yep.
Just a play around like we're doing on Sunday. I mean, him and I got a match left-handed. I won't touch him right-handed, but that was just to see if Ryan was still awake. I was seeing. Yeah. But anyway, left-handed, him and I got a match on Sunday, but it's a practice super match. It's nothing big. But yeah, your kid and him should definitely hook up and see what's up.
Yeah, no, that'd be sweet because he definitely would like to. Because he tried the teens before, and whatever teen showed up, it just was like, all right, you're never doing that again. That's pretty much what I told him because it was not even. I mean, people were asking like, where's this kid's social security number? They wanted to see birth certificate and shit.
Yeah, I mean,
because he's a monster.
That's a big boy. That's a big boy.
Yeah.
So he did it once just so he could actually be a kid, and then I told him he had probably no more. You're gonna have to pull the men.
Well, he gave me a nice fight when he was 13, so I always, kid that he needs a rematch, but which will crush me. But
was it on the playground or on the table?
It was at the Pearl Street Pub in Albany, New York. You fucking smartass. Apparently, his dad signed him in because he was allowed in the pub.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, like so when I gripped up with Leo, he was kind of surprised I had any strength at all after he saw that appalling performance I had against Hunter Welsh. But it was like, holy shit, whatever. But hey, it was an interesting day.
It was, and I think it was a great day. I got to play around a little bit with you two, and it was fun. And then there was, I mean, shit, there was all kinds of people there. It was a great time, man. The after pulling was obviously great. And then that night, myself, Nick Johnson, and Brandon Boone, along with our wives, went out to dinner, and we were arm wrestling at a Brazilian steak joint on the table. And all the waiters are just hovering around us like, oh, this is good. Well, and we're just over there redlining on the friggin' side of the table.
Well, and the hell thing was, I was originally supposed to have fun on September 11th. And then I landed in a hospital pneumonia, so it got shut back into January. And I said, really, the person, I mean, that may have worked out the same way, but I'm sure he was a lot stronger in January than he was in September. But also, if you remember, in September was before he got crushed by Cody Bird. And so he was very reactive. Hunter really did not hit that quickly. He was, he'd catch and, look for an opportunity. And so I really was kidding that he really, should thank Cody Bird for, basically kicking him in the ass and waking him up, that he had to really be more, more proactive at the beginning with a hit. But anyway, I'm hoping to see Cody on the way through Mississippi, on the way from St. Louis to New Orleans. I got some people lined up in Texas want to pull me, but no, it was interesting. And of course, all there after your situation, I went down to South Carolina and to Donnie Anderson's group the next day, once again to make it, make it worth the trip.
Yep. How was it pulling?
Oh yeah. I mean, well, Donnie. There were like only 4 or 5 of us here. I mean, Donnie is, certainly far stronger than I was. Well, and actually, both of he and one of the other guys were not pulling. Were only pulling left because they had a super match the next week.
Yeah.
No, not a super match. I take it back. It was a round robin the next week in, I think, Asheville.
Yes.
North Carolina.
Yeah. In which he did very well, if I remember correctly.
Oh yeah, yeah. He took first at that.
Did he? I thought he took second.
I don't think so.
Okay, I could be wrong.
But, maybe, but I don't know. I thought he took first on that one. But in fact, he's originally from Pennsylvania and says that he's going to be coming up sometime. I said, well, make sure you let me know when you get within 5 hours of here. I'll come out and see. He's from western part of the state, Anderson.
Yeah, I spent 20 years in the Poconos in Scranton. David, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah. Yeah, no, he's from McKeesport or that area, suburban Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I Pocono, Scranton, that's where I was, and I've been down to Philly a couple of times for some political stuff. Let's just put it that way.
Mm-hmm. Well, I hope you're not on the list.
I don't know if I still am or not. It really doesn't matter. I don't really give a
Some of the
shit.
shit that's coming out as to what they, what they were up to with writing people up and the whole schmear.
Yeah. Been there, done that. Got a phone call from an alphabet agency after a couple of Twitter posts. That's how wonderful that was.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
No. As somebody said, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms sounds like it should be a convenience store. Whatever.
Well, they have about as much intelligence as one, so that works.
Yeah.
But yeah. No, I mean, he's a fiery character, so him and I don't get along, but I do recognize his skill, and I know he's good.
No, I knew there was some tension in the air there.
Yeah, no, he's a good puller. I definitely give him credit for that. I just don't like his personality.
Mm-hmm.
So that's about it.
Well, he made remarks about those North Carolina people, so I suspect it's probably a two-way street.
Probably. Probably.
Yeah. It's unfortunate, but you try to get along with everybody, but at times it just doesn't work.
Agreed. But it is what it is. Mm-hmm. Life's too short to worry about the small shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I said, I'm going to be going out to convention in New Orleans, and I'm going to circle around through Texas, Oklahoma, heading back up to where the relatives in Missouri, and was hoping to get. There's a group called Nebraska High Risers in Lincoln. I've never actually even been in Nebraska, let alone pulled in Nebraska. I'm running up states that I've been in and pulled in, and they put up a post. So I basically have signed up for like every arm wrestling group between here and Kansas City to keep an eye on them. And they said about a big practice going on this week in Des Moines, where the Iowa is called Sons of the Corn arm wrestling, which I thought, well, that sounds very Iowa, but
yeah.
So apparently they have any number of arm wrestling sites in in Iowa, but yeah, Sons of the Corn. But I thought, oh God! So
I mean, bro, you're living the dream, man. You're living the dream. I love it.
Yeah, so I signed up for that one too.
I love it. I would love to do that. Honestly, swear to God, I would love it. Ride around the country, and for me, it'd be riding around the country and just stopping at different places to pull. That'd be phenomenal. Yeah.
Yep. It's there's a guy named Colin Hamlin from Texas said, he said, you're my favorite puller ever. He said, you're not embarrassed by poor performance. Now, some people would kind of cringe at that, but he said, you're not embarrassed by poor performance. You're not afraid to pull anybody. You travel and you have great enthusiasm. I thought, well, yeah, okay, fine. I can accept that. But
you also don't go around telling everybody that you're going to kick their ass and that you're the greatest thing since sliced bread either. You literally just say, hey, I'm going to do my best. And that's what you do. You show up, you do your best. And whatever your best is that day, as long as you did it, that's it.
Yeah.
Well,
and I recognize, I'm doing this for recreation. I'm really not training properly for, in all honesty. I mean, I'm getting tons of table time, but that's where I'm getting my wrist or whatever. I'm not really.
Hey, that just makes you Devin Larratt, brother. Bless you.
Bless you.
Yeah. No, it's going to be a fun summer. I'll probably be gone for about 3 weeks from because in fact, what caught my eye, I was going to go out and see the relatives again, and I noticed this Strongest Badge tournament in St. Louis on the 22nd July, and what caught my eye was 6 p.m. Saturday all night after party. But sounds like my sort of tournament.
Man, listen to this guy. He's in his 60s over here partying all night. What the hell?
Mm-hmm. Me, my 60s?
Isn't that what you said?
Yeah, I'm a little bit. You're a little bit low there, son.
Oh, all right. Sorry there, Dad.
No, I'm 72. But yeah,
God bless you.
Don't take any away. It's like Norm Devio up in New Hampshire. Once he got to 80, he said, I'm insisting on the half because I'm 80 and a half. where he's now still pulling at 82.
Josh, if he gets down to 154, I swear to you, he ain't going to be able to pull. No, when you see this kid,
It's too big.
He is just way too big, way too big.
I figured he's joking as much.
Yeah. No,
I hear a lot of guys say that though. It's like I'll cut down to 54 and kill, but it's not easy to be 54.
You know, I honestly forget who was talking about it. It was Ryan Bowen, technique versus power discussion, and I thought it was actually very well put, and it was spot on the money. Once you get below 220, let's say, technique is heavily favored over power. Once you get above 220 or right at 220, that's when it starts to come balanced. And then above 220, power is heavily favored over technique. It doesn't mean that you can get away with no technique or no power, but it's heavily slated in the technique, category up until that 220. And then 220 is kind of the balance point where you kind of need everything, a lot of power, a lot of technique. And then above that is more power than technique. Yeah. And I thought that was honestly pretty spot on,
Well, I don't know if you find the same thing down there, but it seems like the 220 to 242 class is one of the smallest classes. Everybody's either under 220 or weighs a ton.
Yeah.
It's pretty hard to be like 242 and jacked.
It is. It is.
I feel like it's pretty natural to be a giant guy. And it's to be a in shape 200-pound guy or so is pretty normal. But yeah, that just super ripped Mike Aiello build is a tough one to find. It's just not. It's a rare breed out there.
And then you look at people like Paul Lynn. I mean, he's probably walking around at what, 235, 240, something.
Maybe
like
at most. He's like 220 at most. I'd say lower. Yeah,
I think he's lighter than that.
No, he cuts down to 220, doesn't he, to compete?
No,
200.
Oh shit! Okay, I thought it was 220.
He's like a 220 guy. I want to say.
I think 220, 215. He likes to hover around there.
Mm-hmm.
He don't like to get too heavy.
Wow, I could have sworn I'd seen him ranked on the 220 list and not the 198. So that's why I was. Yeah, because I know he has to do a pretty serious cut to pull, and I could have sworn that he was pulling at the 220s. But
yeah, I think around the United States he pulls 220, but East versus West he goes down to. Or is it the 210 class? David, you're muted, by the way. Shubich.
Say Shubich?
Is he is it 210 East versus West that he pulls? Or is it 198?
No, he's the 85 kilo. What is 85 kilos?
Oh, well, 170 and 197.
Yeah, I thought he was the 198. That's what I was thinking. He pulled
198. Yeah. So
because
what I was saying
was the 187.
He is ranked in the 220s because he's competed in 220s before. Yeah. But like Warzinski was saying about Robbie Russell and himself on that other podcast, like they'll pull up a weight class and leave their weight class untouched because they don't really care. They know they could probably run shit. And Paul Lynn does run shit, in levels above. So he'll be probably ranked somewhere else as well, higher than 200. But yeah,
I got you. Okay.
His actual pulling weight for real competition is like 200. But
Captain
that's the shit that he cares for and cuts for. Otherwise, he's 220.
Captain Obvious wants to know who is more miles, me or Tim Lewis. Tim Lewis actually, I think he says he's pulled in like 37 states or something. So for now, I mean, he's definitely been pulling a lot longer than I have.
He's got years.
But yeah, no, I've either tournament practice or whatever. I've pulled now in 15 states, and I hope to hit about 22 or 23 total by the end of summer.
I was just watching an old Artem Ternenko video yesterday, and he was preparing for a match with Tim Lewis and being unsure of if he would beat him or not. And this is like 4 years ago.
Oh, Artem, that's funny.
Yeah.
Thinking that now, what would he say?
A natty Artem. No, Artem would say he'd smash him.
I know. I'm just set up myself for Artem.
Godzilla in like a week or so, right?
Yeah, that's crazy. Dude, he's got a full plate. Artem does. Holy shit! Just pulled Pavlo. He got in there and gave him hell though, didn't he? Tried.
He did.
Yeah.
He did a lot better than I thought he was going to do. I thought Pablo was just going to steamroll him. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously he beat him, but I mean, he slowed him down quite a bit. And then if you saw the after pulls with him and Ron Bath, I mean, holy shit, that looked good. That looked really good.
Yeah, Artem's no joke.
No.
I think that if Ron Bath and Pablo ran it back right now, Pablo would steamroll him.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Pablo's tough, man.
Mm-hmm.
What do you guys think about that Pablo Sandra smash?
Is that coming up?
Yeah.
Oh, Saunders beats him.
I feel like that. I feel like Saunders beats him too.
See, I don't know. I think Pablo has enough power to beat Saunders. I mean, I think Saunders is the better arm wrestler.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yes.
At 242?
I don't know where they're going to meet. It might be super heavy. I don't know.
I think that Saunders is too polished as a world athlete, and he's always pulling out worlds like the event. So he'd be too much. He'd be too savvy on the table. But Pablo is a freak. Like,
Yeah.
you know, if the other guy burns out or whatever, he could just, you could see it so many times. Like when he pulled Jerome Loud, and Jerome is a crazy level, just, you know, secluded and just doesn't really travel that much. And Pablo was able to beat him pretty handily. I mean, he'd get knocked over just an inch above the pin pad, and then it's all one-way traffic after that.
Saunders just got a really big lesson of the trickery scale too. So, by facing Devin, so he might have leveled up a lot in his table IQ just from that match.
And he's also just pulled the qualifier for
That's
East
true.
versus West, and did really well. And he's had guys like Camille Jablonski to pull. He's had guys like Kyle Hutchison.
How about the lightweight match, guys? The friggin' Mindaugas Terrasidas versus Giannis Amalins. Oh my God.
That's amazing.
Good.
Yeah.
That one right there is just, man.
They've pulled before.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought they did.
Ago.
Yep.
Yeah. And that was when Mindaugas was pretty new. The kid's just a freak with his pronator, and he was beating Giannis then, but I don't know what kind of history was going on that day of whatever matches went on, but that's a great matchup. Top roll versus top roll.
God, and they're both freaking like magicians when it comes to top rolls. It's just they're just unbelievable. I can't wait to see that match. That match has me as hyped as any Devin match. It really does.
Yeah, I like Mindaugas, man. I watched him whoop up on Jeff Hale at the Arnold's a couple years ago.
Oh yeah.
Wow, I was like, who is this guy?
Well, he just beat Bama Bull too, and I think that one was really. I mean, obviously it was a 3-2, but I think it was so close. It was just who was working the refs better, And I think Mindaugas was working the refs just a little bit better that day.
Yeah. I also saw Bacho versus Reno Masic.
Yeah. How good is Reno? Because his numbers are off the fucking chart.
Oh, he's amazing. He's amazing. He should be pulling against, in my opinion, he should be matched up with Sandras.
Really?
In my opinion.
He's that good.
I think Sandras beats him, but he's a contender because he just beat, I don't know if you guys know Camille Jablonski, the Golden Dragon, but Reno beat him in Italy just a month ago or so.
Really?
And he's under 20, I believe. Yeah, I think he's only just turned 18.
18 or 19, yeah.
Yeah, he's an absolute phenom. Yeah, like you're saying, retarded numbers.
Yeah, I mean, I keep posting it to my team, and I'm just like, I quit. Like, give me a short pier with a long walk. I like, it's just holy shit. The guy was putting up. He just did a max effort back pressure at like 75 kilos.
Yeah,
I'm like, my God, bro, like, what the hell?
The dude is stupid good. So I think he takes Bacho, but who knows? Bacho's also got retarded numbers where he's like hucking up 225 on the easy curl.
Bro, his hand is that much bigger than Devin's, like that much wider than Devin's.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Holy shit, he's 18 years old.
Yeah, nuts. And he's flying right through David Samusha. I mean, albeit that match that I did see was left arm.
Yeah.
But
But I mean, he
just,
flew
no.
through Warzone. Let's not sleep on the fact that Warzone is one of America's
Yeah,
best.
he's no joke.
Okay, he is unbelievable.
That's
And
just like when Levon went through Tim Bresnan.
yeah,
And everyone was like making fun of Tim like he was no good. It's like, no, this guy's fucking that good. Like
Yeah.
the same thing with Bacho. Like he's just
yeah, and I like the fact that Warzone wasn't like overly arrogant about it. He turned around, he said, look, from the elbow down, this dude is incredibly gifted. Like, holy shit. Yeah.
Dude, when he turned, or when you see the back view of him, just his form, everything down, just solid.
no
Everything
shit.
else just,
When I saw the card, like the the East versus West promo cards and stuff where it has him flexing, I thought they photoshopped Bacho's forearm. It looked abnormally big. Like it's just like it looked fake. It's like it looked like they blew it up, but it's
like a prosthetic.
It's how it shit
It's
is.
like Oleg Jacques is back in the house.
But it's both his arms.
Yeah. Man,
But yeah, it really did look like it didn't belong. It was somebody else's army, but it just looked weird.
It was crazy, man.
That's gonna be a stat card. I think Kevin and Hermes is on that as well.
Yes. Yep.
Say
RBJ versus Krasi.
I like that a lot. It's two guys that can win.
Yeah. Yes.
Two guys that can win real bad.
And you know what? I think RBJ's last video, or one of RBJ's last videos, where like he was all positive again, and like being humble and saying, the
America.
best players are still, you know what, man, that really inspired me. Like that was good to see him not drunk, not raging, not bitching and moaning and whining. It
Not
was
being
really
New
good.
England.
Yeah, it was. Well, hey, I'm from
not being a
born
asshole
up there too, so
Yeah, no, I go to
yeah, but it was good to see. It was good to see him kind of coherent, positive, and just rah team. It was pretty good. It was good.
Mm-hmm. Playing the Star Spangled Banner in the background was perfect.
Man,
perfect.
I went from 6 to midnight. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's funny because I look above you and I see the banner of the team that I used to root for. So yeah.
Oh yeah, the Giants.
Yeah. Yeah, I was born and raised in New York, and then I moved to Pennsylvania for a while, and then I spent some time in Florida, spent some time in North Carolina. Now I'm back in North Carolina. So yeah.
Nice.
Yep. Moved here for a woman, got married, never left. What the hell is up with
Yeah.
that?
Travis, which team are you rooting for? Trav, which team are you rooting for?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Ravens.
No. Wrong answer.
No?
Travis.
Oh, the Bears.
The Bears.
The Bears.
The Bears.
The Bears.
Oh yeah, Captain Obvious just said in 10 years Bacho is 400 pounds. If he is, he destroys Levon.
Yeah.
If he is, he destroys Levon.
Well,
then again, let's just face it. Will Levon actually be around in 10 years?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't mean to wish ill on the man, but let's face
it. There is no wishing ill.
Yeah, let's just face it. The guy has a truckload of whatever being pumped into his ass on a regular basis. I don't know how long his liver and kidneys can hold out. So
no, Ted,
especially being that size too.
When you
as
were
long as Dennis is dead,
being a contender for Levon in 3 years, I was thinking in my head, will Levon be around in 3 years?
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right.
Or Dennis, at least around and healthy enough to arm wrestle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Dennis is coming back, and doesn't it look like he's back on the sauce, something heavy too?
Oh
yes.
I mean, so it's like you didn't learn it. You didn't learn the first time.
And then if he does have to leave like Dennis did, what does his comeback look like in 10 years or whatever?
Right. I mean, I don't know. It's just, it is what it is, right? I honestly hope that we don't start pushing as hard as they do when it comes to that. And if it means that we're always playing second fiddle, then so be it, because I'd like to see my heroes stick around a lot longer. You know what I mean? In the sport that I love.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, obviously I'm not saying that we're clean, because we're not, but I just hope that we don't start pushing like they do. That's all.
Yeah, there has to be some pulling equivalent of there's this expression that there are old pilots and there's bold pilots, but there's no old bold pilot.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
There must be some pulling equivalent of that. I'm not sure what it is.
Yeah, Rivas was definitely impressive if you believe that Dave was at 100%. And I don't know if he was because his neck injury really looks like it's bothering the shit out of him.
Yep.
So I don't know if he was. He definitely, see, that's the thing. He definitely was not at 100% when Hermes beat him either. Like, you know, he had the war of his career. What was it, 6 weeks before that? And Dave is one of those guys that needs a camp. He needs, you know, a full camp to peak and all of that. Not to mention he was recovering from that freaking absolute bloodbath with Vitali. And he goes and faces Hermes, which arguably is the second best guy in the world right now. You know, he was not at 100%, and he still gave. And I don't blame Jerry one bit for drooling. I don't, because you see a guy that's brand new at a flop press give Hermes that much trouble. He's going, well, shit, that's my bread and butter. I'm gonna fucking annihilate him. You know, so I don't know. I don't blame Jerry, but then you see Jerry pull against Yorgi, and it's like, really? Yeah. You know, I mean, Yorgi's strong, but Jerry should have been able to beat him a lot easier, I believe.
Well, let's see. We are at 12 watching now.
I'll tell you, I'm looking at some. Oh, go ahead, Dave. Sorry.
No. That was it.
Well, I was going to say, I'm looking at some stats on NFL players live like to be 60 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, that just because any top level athlete, especially strength athletes, aren't going to live to be 100.
Nope.
So we can't expect these guys, especially in arm wrestling. These guys are still competing at 50.
Yeah.
So for them to get 10 more years after that, it's we shouldn't be expecting that anyway.
Good night, Levi. Talk to you soon, man. I'll see you on Sunday.
Yeah. Good night. Get your bed rest there, youngster.
Yeah, you're gonna need it, buddy. I'm gonna crack that wrist on Sunday. I say that, and he knows it's like literally on a hair. We don't know who's gonna win.
Well, and the whole thing with me and Hunter was set up. It was just stamina, and that goofball Palmer from Mississippi said, "You have to strap up 11 times," and I said right away, I said, "No, we're going to strap up at least 15 times because he is definitely going to win the first couple. If we're close enough in strength that I can slow him down, I'll have a chance later on to wear him down. But I say he's definitely going to win the first couple. Well, no, he's just too strong. He basically plowed through me."
Yeah, Hunter's a really, really good. I think he's dropping down to 176. He's really good there. I think right now he's at like 189 or 195, something like that.
Well, and that thing he put up this week with those two pictures, him in junior high or high school and what he is now is just dramatic.
Yeah,
it's just
he was a heavy kid,
tubby little kid. Well, yeah. I said him a private note about it, and I said, actually, I'm going to do better than that because next Thursday is the 9th. It's 9 years since I started losing weight, and I'm going to put up some worse pictures than that, and just thank people for the support they've given me.
Right?
Because I Memorial.
That's not
Day,
easy. It's not easy. It's not easy at all, brother.
No, Memorial Day weekend, 2014. I was 419 and a half. And in a couple of years, I came down, for the next year or two, but then I kind of sat around for a while. But then by 2018, I bottomed out at 231. And now I'm now in the, I'm back up to the 270s, and people don't believe that. They say, what do you weigh about 220, 230? Hell, I wish, in the 270s. Which, I don't know. I'm not sure I look it, but I definitely am. But, like you say, it's on the way, you get out of the supers, and it's not like getting out of supers, all of a sudden things are easier.
No, hell no. No.
Then you just run into the Paul Lynns of the world. In some respects, you might even have a better chance in the supers because there you do get the, basically the fatties. They're just there because they're tubby. but whatever.
I got to tell you the truth. I felt more comfortable in the supers. I really did. Like now I could feel that there's definitely a strength gap.
Mhm.
Okay. I could definitely feel that. But as far as like my hand and where like hit to get position and stuff like that. Oh, I felt much more comfortable. I still love pulling supers.
Mhm.
There was a guy, and he's super strong. And when we were in the straps, he was able to really apply the power, but his name is Chase Griffin. He's probably just outside the top 10 supers here in North Carolina. And I pulled him in practice, obviously. But I mean, we fought right up top, which is my bread and butter. And we were fighting real hard at the top, and neither one of us was given an inch. And then once we, strapped up, then he could apply the side pressure and what makes a super,
Mhm.
and he was able to take me down. But I mean, man, I absolutely love it. Like, you don't get those explosive hits that feel like your elbow is about to just explode.
Mhm.
You don't get those real, you guys are fucking crazy. You don't get those real, the real quick position changes and shit like that. I mean, the supers are just a more controlled bout, it feels like, but they're just so freaking strong.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, I wrote a private message to the one kid that, kicked my ass last week. And I said, thank you, because, basically it was a wake up call in the sense that I used to hit the gym 3 to 5 times a week, and both my gyms closed. I joined new ones, but I got out of the habit of going, and I haven't gone to the gym, in months. And so I finally went back. I started going this week, and it is just astonishing the amount of fall off that I've had as far as strength. What I could do, 5 months ago and what I can do now, it's just disgusting, actually.
So this is the funny part with me, right? Because I've always said that I wasn't an actual strong 270.
Mhm.
I felt like I was probably a strong 200. And as I've come down, I've actually built strength, a ton of strength. I'm so much stronger now than I was 6 months ago. It's absolutely incredible.
I think we have to put Shubich and Josh to bed. They're getting silly. But,
Well, I just heard that my daughter's still awake, so I got to go make sure that she's going down. And because at 3.5 years old, she should not be up this late. That's for sure.
I sent Rhonda a note saying, "Are you going to be up, or did you make anybody else an admin?" Because I was not planning on being up that late myself either, because I'm going to get up early to pick up Miguel Fernandez in Easton tomorrow, and we'll head off to Long Island.
Yeah,
I
got to help my wife clean this place for Sunday. And hey, there's a big day of arm wrestling tomorrow. Let's not forget that. Okay, you've got the round robin, the 154s that are doing their round robin tomorrow, and that's going to be live. And I'll just say it, I'm not getting anything from them, but I'm going to watch it. That's going to be live on Lightning Lorray Jenkins' channel, as well as Dragon's Den, which is Cody's channel. And then if you are a member of Arm Wars, Dark Card 2 comes out tomorrow as well. So it's a big day for arm wrestling tomorrow. And from what I'm seeing, if you guys haven't seen the teaser, Devin pulls lefty. We don't know who wins. I'm hoping it's Devin, but he pulls lefty. But then Neil convinces him to pull righty. And this is, you got to remember the time frame. He pulled Istanbul on Saturday against Gennady, and then had after pulling all day Sunday, left on Monday, went to Birmingham, got there Tuesday, pulled the dark card on Wednesday, and pulled right-handed. Think about how beat up that man had to be.
And Kevin Palco was saying the same thing. The amount of pulling he had done, he showed up at the thing in Ohio in East Ohio on the weekend, but was just, he said he was basically just shot, especially right.
Yeah, but I mean, dude, I can't imagine it. I can't imagine it. I know Devin's like, super endurance and all that, but still a world-class match like that. After pulling with, Bacho, Gennady, Zurab, all of them, right? All the top elite guys, which can we just for 1 second give a nod to how easily he held all of them in the after pulls? Just for, you know what I mean? Like, holy shit. But
well, It's just like when you had that thing that I was hoping to get to in September and didn't. I mean, he pulled Devin for everybody in sight for 6 hours.
There was over 100 pullers there, and he pulled so damn much that he was so soaked. His shirt was glued to him. Like there was no separation between shirt and him. It was just incredible. And he just didn't stop.
Yeah.
The only hand that went down was his left. He never got pinned on his right. His left arm got pinned quite a few times, but his right never got pinned. And he went through over 100 of us, including Paul Walter, who at the time was the #1 open weight guy in North Carolina, actually both North and South Carolina. He just got beat a couple of weeks ago, and Shane Owens is now the top guy. But Paul Walter, I mean, the guy's a legendary puller. He's been pulling for 30 years, has pulled all the best guys. This guy is no joke. And Devin was holding him as well as all of us.
Oh, yeah.
It's just
Well,
incredible.
did you get to pull Julian Smith when he was down there?
Julian Smith.
Yeah, Julian was ex-Marine and 200-ish from Pennsylvania. He'd been in the Marines at Lejeune.
I don't believe I have, but he's gonna kick your ass for calling him an ex-Marine. I can tell you that.
Yeah, no, I know that formulation.
Yep. Yeah. My son's a Marine. My son-in-law is a Marine. Yeah.
Right. Forever. Yeah. No. Yep. Forever. Former active. He was in active duty at that time.
No.
But which he no longer is.
No, I don't believe I got to pull him. I had a super match that day against Cody Ward, not Cody Wood. Cody Ward. I battled that one out 3-2. That was a hell of a match. I got the win on that one, but then Devin shows up, and it was all because of Hunter. Hunter knows Devin. Like, they interact all the time. And Hunter found out that he was in Charlotte, extended the invite, and they were like, I don't know, a half hour, 45 minutes away from Juji's house, Pig Pounders was. And Devin said, yeah, man, I'm on my way, but don't tell anybody. And I figured it out because I'm not stupid. I saw Hunter like waiting outside. I'm like, who are you waiting for, man? And then he's like, shh. I was like, I got you.
Oh, was that the garage thing?
No, that was Pig Pounders. It was a bar in September here in North Carolina. And yeah, it was awesome. It was truly awesome. When Devin showed up, I mean, like the whole fucking place just grew, and then all of a sudden, people got on their phones, and before you knew it, we started out with like 70 guys in the place because it was still a big event. Right. And then it was just everybody fucking showed up.
It got bigger.
Yeah. Everybody just showed up.
Just gotta get
it just gotta get bigger, get massive.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was awesome. It was a great event. I got to pull him, and he's so tricky, man. You sit there and you think you've got something, and his hand actually felt comfortable, and you think you have something, and then right at the pin pad will be like, nope.
As I said, don't take freebies.
Yeah.
Don't take what's offered.
Yeah. No, I mean, but he only gives you one thing. Like the beauty about the way he pulls is he's not joking. Like he wants everybody to use the same technique against him. He's not lying because he makes you go into a flop wrist against him. There is zero other like options unless you're elite. There's zero other options against Devin. It's you're going to be flop wristing or you're just going to let him go. That's just what's going to happen because you're going to fall underneath his hand and that's the end of it. It's absolutely insane. All right, there you go. David said he's just gonna hook him.
I'm just gonna hook him.
Yeah, I wish you the best of luck, sir.
Thank you. I'll need it.
I honestly don't know anybody personally that could cup his pronator. I just don't.
Just Dennis.
I'm saying personally.
I know. That's I can even think of it. Just can be like.
Yeah. I mean, well, Dennis, Levon. I don't even think Gennady could do it. I think Devin gave him, the hook because he wanted to meet him frame on frame.
Yeah.
I don't even think Gennady could cup in his pronator. I really don't. It's just unbelievable. But anyway, I'm gonna
John Brzenk.
No, because I really think John. I think John.
Maybe not nowadays.
Well, that was the thing. Even
not
even
even
if you look back at 2015, which I think is one of the most dominant wins that John had on Devin, and that was in WAL.
Mhm.
You know, Devin's the one who set the hook. So you know, John didn't try to set the hook or anything like that. As a matter of fact, when the hook was set, John tried to top roll out of the hook. He never tried to actually deep set in a hook, and when he did, he chased it, and Devin was able to get him to his side of the table. So yeah, I don't think so. I think John has always said, "Do not hook this man," because
Yeah.
he's always feared Devin's hook. Always. I mean,
Yeah.
think about what was it in 2005, where John just absolutely destroyed him round one in a top roll. But John's that guy that says, "Well, I want to go where you're strong." So in round two, he went into a deep hook with him, and you saw John about halfway through the match going, "Oh shit, I'm in a match."
Yeah.
Like, damn it, I thought this was going to be easy. And, you know, he's like, oh, shit, I'm really in a match. Yeah. So, I mean, I think Devin's hook is, you know, before the operation and now, because it's back, is a world-class hook puller as well as his top roll, you know. So, yeah, I think John's avenue for victory with Devin was exactly what he did round one, king of the table, which is keep his hand flat, go sideways. And, you know, Devin tried to fight him and couldn't, had to go into a kings and bust his wrist that way.
Yeah.
I think, and Devin told him afterwards, he goes, if you had given it up and gone into a flop wrist, I think you would have pinned me. He told me, he goes, I think you would have pinned me. If you had gone into a flop at that point, I think you would have pinned me.
Yeah. Yeah, it was close.
Yeah. Yep. And imagine that, because all of us that staked Devin, I didn't, but I'm just saying for that match, it was shutout stakes. So if John had even taken one round, everybody loses their fucking money.
Yeah.
Just done.
Yeah,
let him
shutout
pin
stakes
you.
changes things.
Huh?
Yeah, it does.
What was that?
So shutout stakes changes things.
Oh, absolutely.
Big
Absolutely.
time. That makes any match interesting.
The amount of pressure, too, that has to be put on Devin.
Yeah.
Woo!
Because then you can't play around or just pull how you want.
Yeah. Hey, there were shutout stakes for Gennady versus Devin, too.
Hmm.
Which even Devin turned around and said, I don't know where the hell these guys are getting that from, because he doesn't have a say in his own matches. He said,
Right.
you know, but he said, I don't know where the hell they're getting that from. He goes, because I told them they're crazy. But yeah, they put him as the 6-0 or whatever 3-0 favorite.
I would think Gennady all day on that.
Yeah, I would have said, you know, I would have left it as a normal match. You know, whoever wins the matches is the one who wins. I would have never done shutout either way. I don't.
No, but for shutout on that, it's a Gennady. I'll take Gennady all day. He has shutout stakes.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
You assume he's gonna at least get one.
Yeah. You have to assume that. You really do. But then again, if Devin had pulled to win, we all would have been eating crow.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, who turns Gennady in to a deep set hook round one and toys with him? Who does that?
Yeah.
Who
crazy.
does that? You know, like, is there anybody but Levon that could do that? You know what I mean? Besides Devin now to Gennady? Because I don't think there is. Who sits there and turns Gennady into I mean, even Levon said to Devin, if you turn Gennady into a hook, or if you go into a hook with Gennady, it's going to be a bad day for you. You're going to be adding another name to your bicep. Well, apparently Devin has a little bit of a little bit more in the tank than they thought. But anyway, gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure, but I do have to get to bed.
Yeah.
So,
Glad to have you.
you have a good one, guys. Take it easy.
Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, have a good one.
Look forward to the next time. Take it easy.
All right.
Later.
Fuck
Talk that
that
guy. Talk that guy.
It's more fun when it's somebody new
Yeah.
that you're not quite sure how they'll take it when they watch it back and see them
Yeah.
say fuck that guy.
Yeah.
Oh shit! But it's 1 o'clock in the morning, gentlemen.
Yeah.
You guys are gonna have to run this. I'm dying.
Yeah, it's about time to call it.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure. I hope I can shut things.
Is that just from tonight?
That rope. Did you make that during the live?
What happens when you got 4 hours to kill?
Well, yeah, those who are the 10 or whatever we're down to, who are no, it's actually we just recovered. We were at 10 a moment ago. It's up to 12. That's weird, but somebody joined. 2 people just joined us. But yeah, I think probably what I should do is see if I can shut down. Did he make any of the rest of you admins? He sent me something that made me an admin.
I don't know.
So let me see if okay, well, those of you who are watching, I'm going to attempt to figure out how the hell I can shut this shitting thing down. I know how.
Bye.
I know how I used to do it with the what you call it, when we were on Zoom, but
98.
how the hell do I do it here?
Fuck that guy.
Yeah. Oh well, and if I can't, it'll just stay up. But no, let's see. How the hell do I shut down the live feed? Damn it. This is interesting. Well, it's just the two of us now. I'm not sure how I shut down the damn live feed. Because you used to be able to, as an admin, okay, what a bunch of bullshit. I think I just basically pull the plug on, and if it's still running, it's still running. Let's see, settings. No. All right. I don't know, Burger. You got me on this one. Well, if it runs, it runs. If he doesn't tell me what the hell to do, what you got to do here. I mean, I can shut down the other, but I don't know about shutting down the live feed. All right. Well, I'm just going to turn it on. Whatever.